me from my winter hell. I've got candles and candy, I can be your daddy if you only let me creep into your prison cell. Hey baby, can you tell I'm not a criminal? Your choice is seminal. I want you to stay true to what's right for you. No matter who or know what will others say, just find your way and try to stay true. Where you would like to go. I've got cigarettes and brandy, which could come in handy if you just help me loosen up my hand grenades fuse. Baby, don't refuse my truth, but it's up to you now to choose. I want you to stay true to what's right for you. No matter who or know what will others say, just find your way and try to stay true.
Good morning, you guys. How are you? I hope everybody had a fantastic evening last night. I hope everybody, hold on a second. Everybody enjoyed themselves, took some time for themselves, took care of themselves. Oh, cripes. I pushed the wrong button. Way to go, Bindi. Anyway, all right. So, you're hearing a weird noise. Okay, let me just check my audio. Hold on a second. There we go. That ought to fix it. I guess you have to refresh every so often and make sure that the right mic is on, because for whatever reason, it wants to go to my webcam that I never turn on. Because you guys don't need to see me. You know what I look like. All right, I fixed it. No, it's because sometimes it did this to on StreamYard too. Sometimes it will revert back to wanting to have the audio go through the webcam, but that's not what I want. So I have to fix it every once in a while. All right, let me share the screen. I'm gonna make it, hold on, live. All right. So if you missed it, last night, Alex Erickson, Allie, it's hard for me to call her that, but I want to make sure I say Alex Erickson because that's the name of her channel, hosted Jay from guilty of crime, and they had a fantastic discussion, I thought. So I, after 4 score and 7 years, have finally gotten the hold on a minute, Stout from March 26th of 2019 when she faked a burglary. So Allie has a video on her channel, and I have a video on my channel. If you can't remember what happened on the 26th, this is the situation where she's home all alone, and somehow there is a mysterious hammer on a string in the garage attic space, like the opening to their attic, okay? Or as Letitia would say, not the attic, the addict. There you go. So there you have it. Yes, I'm going to drop Allie's and my link, or, the links to both of those. Anyway, they're in court. The hear ye has already begun. Let me show you guys what's happening. Let me rewind it back so we can all hear the hear ye. And we are going to get started. Also, while I am streaming this, before I came live, I made a little YouTube short highlighting yesterday's from Jessica Hyde. So that will be uploaded shortly. All right, let's get into it. Here we go.
Awesome. Thank you.
Hear ye. All persons having anything to do before the Honorable Beverly Cannoni, the Justice of the Superior Court, holding in Dedham within and for the County of Norfolk. Draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is in session. Please be seated.
All right. Good morning, counsel. Good morning, Ms. Reed. Good morning, jurors. This is great. This may be the earliest we've got started, so I appreciate everybody being ready to go right away. I do have to ask you those questions. Was everyone able to follow my instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left yesterday? Yes. Everyone said yes and nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow my instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Yes. Everyone said yes and nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left yesterday? No. Everyone said no or shook their heads. Thank you. Mr. Brennan, your next witness, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. Commonwealth calls Yuri Buchanan.
You can put it up.
Face the clerk.
You solemnly swear the evidence before the court and jury in the case now and hearing to the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
All right, Mr. Brennan, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury and spell your last name for the record?
My name is Yuri Buchanan. My last name is spelled Bukhenik.
Mr. Buchanan, where do you work?
I work for the Massachusetts State Police.
What is your role with the Massachusetts State Police?
I'm currently assigned as a sergeant with the Norfolk District Attorney's Office in the Homicide Section.
I want you to take us back before you became a state police trooper with the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office. Where were you born?
I was born in Lviv, Ukraine.
Did you immigrate?
Yes.
How old were you when you immigrated?
I was 9 years old when my family moved to the Boston area.
Did you attend public schools?
Yes.
Through high school?
Yes.
Tell us what you did after high school.
After high school, I enlisted in the United States Marine Corps.
Why'd you enlist in the Marine Corps?
It was right after 9/11, and my friends and I.
Just, you can finish this next one in just a minute. Go ahead. You can finish.
My friends and I decided to serve in the nation's armed forces.
Did you serve in the Marine Corps?
I did.
Did you go through training?
I did.
Did you learn any skills?
My specialty was military police, and I attended the military police school at Fort Leonard Wood, Missouri.
Through your military service, did you receive top secret clearances?
Yes, my first duty station was with Marine One Presidential Helicopter Squadron. The duty station requires a top secret Yankee White SCI clearance, and as a result, I attained that clearance and held it throughout my career.
Did you engage in any special assignments?
The Presidential Helicopter Squadron is a special assignment. We provide security for the presidential helicopters and presidential assets. With that clearance, we read into a SCI program, which is a need-to-know basis type situation.
How long were you in the military for?
4 years.
When you discharged from the Marines? What year?
2006.
Honorably discharged?
Yes.
After you were honorably discharged from the Marines, what did you do next?
I had a passion for law enforcement, and I wanted to serve my community here in Massachusetts. So I left California and came home and applied for various police departments, ultimately getting a job with the VA Hospital Police here in the Boston region.
When did you transition from the VA to the Massachusetts State Police? What year?
I actually transitioned to the Attleboro Police Department. I worked there as a patrol officer, SWAT team member, and then in 2011, I transitioned from Attleboro to Massachusetts State Police.
When did you join the homicide unit?
It was May of 2015.
And have you been in that position since?
I have.
And you're now a sergeant in that?
I am.
I want to ask you about the structure of the homicide unit for the state police. How many different troopers work in the homicide unit at Norfolk County DA's office?
We have a range from 2 to 6 troopers working in the homicide section over the years that I've been there. Currently, we have 6 homicide detective troopers in the section.
What type of cases does your unit investigate?
Our unit investigates primarily unattended deaths. Unattended deaths are those that are not attended by a physician. A variety of deaths, including natural deaths of old age, medical conditions, accidental industrial accidents, obviously homicides, overdoses. We have suicides as well. And those vary in age on the victims that pass, whether they're stillborn infant deaths, children that pass away of SIDS, or unfortunately teenage suicides.
Have you been to a number of scenes, a number of cases?
Yes, I have.
Do you handle more than one case at a time?
Yes, we do.
When a case, an unintended death, is notified to your office, is that routine or is it by statute?
The notification comes in due to the statute requirement. In Massachusetts, under Mass General Law, Chapter 38, Section 4, the authority is given to the district attorney in each county to investigate those deaths. They appoint designees, and within Norfolk County, those designees are law enforcement agents from the Massachusetts State Police. So in our county, the Massachusetts State Police, with the district attorney's authority, investigate all unattended deaths.
You mentioned that it's called the homicide unit. Are many of the deaths that you investigate not homicides?
Primarily, the death investigations are not homicides.
When you walk into a call, do you have a preconceived notion whether it's a homicide or not a homicide?
When we walk into a call, we taken out the evidence, so we do not know exactly what we're going to have as a finding. We followed the evidence, we followed the information that we're provided, that we learned throughout the investigation. At times it's obvious that it was a homicide when the local agency that's reporting the death says that there was a shooting reported and there's a deceased person at the scene. So yes, we will know that it's most likely a homicide, but we don't make a preconceived notion or determination before we get there.
You said there are a number of cases that go through your office. Do you work investigations by yourself?
Never, no.
Are investigations assigned to the group as a whole, or is a particular trooper in the unit?
We have case officers, and the assignment of the responsibility when you will most likely be a case officer is scheduled a month or so in advance. So each trooper has a responsibility of a 24-hour period that they are on call. They respond to the scenes, whether it be a train strike versus pedestrian, or a vehicle, or a suicide by hanging. They respond, and then if they need assistance or they think that there's something more, additional resources are called out, like crime scene services, which helps us document scenes, etc.
Have you ever been assigned a homicide or a homicide investigation?
Yes.
In the cases where you're assigned, do you investigate the case alone?
Never. It's always a team effort. Every case requires a team effort. Just the amount of work that goes into collecting evidence, interviewing witnesses, interviewing involved parties, interviewing the suspect, all those tasks that are required in collecting surveillance footage require manpower and time and resources. And so every investigation, although it has a case officer, it requires a team effort of individuals to work together in concert to accomplish a successful investigation.
Are you often working on more than one investigation at the same time?
Yes, we are.
If you were the case officer, would you have other resources you would use to help with the investigation, other units in the Massachusetts State Police or local police?
Yes. Typically, we partner up with the local police detectives. And when we're conducting interviews, it's a state trooper and a local detective that are conducting those interviews or collecting surveillance footage and so forth. And that there's a reason behind that. The reason why we pair up is not just the manpower, it's also that we work in a dangerous line of work, and people could lose their life, people could get injured, or unfortunately people could get fired or retire and no longer be available to testify, provide their testimony, or be a resource in the future.
Is it a common practice that when there is an investigation, more than one trooper will appear at many events?
It is very common and preferred. Unfortunately, in the real world, it's not always possible. A trooper can be responding to a scene and just to simply grab something from another trooper and could be approached, and a small brief interview could happen, or if a trooper's at a home talking to a witness and others show up willing to provide information, he has to conduct that interview by himself because of the resources aren't available for him.
Let's talk about the assignment of this case. You said that there's case assignments, a schedule that is made in advance.
Yes, sir.
On the day or the morning of January 29, 2022, do you know who was assigned to take calls for new cases?
Yes. Before 7 a.m. on the 29th, it was Michael Proctor that was assigned to be on call.
Is there a supervisor assigned as well, in addition to a trooper that's not in a superior position?
Yes. Every day there's a supervisor assigned in addition to the on-call trooper. There's a supervisor that's also available for any reason at any time to respond, assist that trooper if there's any questions or issues that come up.
Was there a supervisor assigned that morning?
Yes, there was.
And who was that?
It was myself.
When did you first hear or learn anything about this call or this case?
In a unique fashion, this call actually came from the Troop H headquarters, which is the field services portion of the state police, the uniform patrols that service the Metro Boston area. The headquarters duty office contacted me, I think by mistake, misdialing the number because our names and numbers were listed one above the other. So the call actually came into me. I took the call and advised them that I would call the on-call trooper for that day, and they would contact Canton PD and take the appropriate steps.
About what time did you receive a call that morning?
Approximately 6:44 in the morning.
After receiving the call around 6:44 that morning, did you contact anybody to assign a case manager, or did you get involved personally?
I called Michael Proctor and told him to reach out to Canton and follow up on the report of a male in a snowbank.
And this is around 6:44 a.m.?
Yes, sir.
What did you do next?
I waited for a call back from Michael Proctor, and he reported the details of, yes, there was a male found in the snowbank in Canton, and that they were requesting our assistance as he had sustained injury and was unresponsive and had been transported to Good Samaritan Hospital.
What was the plan at this point?
At this point, where I learned that he had sustained injury and there was a heavy blizzard in the area, I decided myself to get dressed, shovel out, and respond to Canton.
Were you required to get involved and go to Canton that morning?
At this point in time, I was not, but I thought that it would be prudent on me to, at the very least, shovel out, because another call could have come in and I would have had to respond to that, and the driver would have been shoveled.
Were you in touch with Mr. Proctor?
I was.
Did you have any plan to meet him?
Yes.
When and where?
We decided to meet at the Canton Police Department.
Okay. And about what time were you going to leave your home, or did you leave your home?
I left my home probably around 8:50, and I know I arrived to the Canton Police Department approximately 9:15 in the morning.
Did you know the address where the person was found in the snow?
At that time, I learned the address once we got to the police department, but it had no significance for me. I did not know where it was.
Why did you plan to go to the Canton Police Department instead of going to the scene first?
The Canton Police Department, Fire Department personnel, and paramedics had already cleared the location. So we, again, given the conditions, we were in a controlled environment inside a police station to exchange information, collect any evidence if it was available, and the police department safety and security of that would have been the best location for it.
You mentioned that you arrived at the Canton Police Department around 9:15 a.m.?
Yes, sir.
Was Mr. Proctor there when you arrived?
Mr. Proctor was there walking in with me.
When you went in with Mr. Proctor that morning, who did you meet?
We went in, we met with multiple Canton police personnel, one of which being Sergeant Good. He was one of the first responders to the initial scene.
Did you receive any items from Sergeant Good or any of the police officers while you were there?
Yes, we didn't receive it, but we were shown a broken cocktail glass, bottom of a broken cocktail glass. We were provided Mr. John O'Keefe's cell phone, and I was also shown a brown paper bag with 6 plastic Solo cups in it, containing what was reported to be blood in the snow.
When you were shown these items and had a discussion with the Canton Police Department, Were any decisions made about the future of the investigation? You had shared with us earlier that typically the state police pair up with local detectives. Did you do that morning?
That morning we did not. We had learned that there was a loose familial connection through town channels with the address and possibility of a Canton police officer or detective. So Canton police, out of overwhelming precaution of impropriety, not that there was one, decided to step away from any interview investigation assistance with us.
Has that happened in your career before?
Yes, it has, yes.
Since there would be no local detective, did that change your role at this point in the case, your involvement?
It did not change my involvement, but it did bring up a concern of manpower. We are obviously limited by staff. The weather conditions also further exacerbated that issue. So transportation was an issue, timing is always an issue, and you can never have enough manpower.
Did your role become more prominent given there was no local detective involved?
I would have to pick up the slack. I'm a team player. I always want to assist in any which way I can to make others' life easier.
And you were Mr. Proctor's supervisor?
I was.
After you received the broken glass, the cell phone, and you saw the plastic cups with the blood in them, where did the evidence next lead you?
Based on the information we had learned and the evidence, we decided that we needed to speak to the individuals who were last in contact and present at the scene when Mr. O'Keefe was found.
Did you have any specific other information that you were following at that point?
Yes, we had statements made by the defendant that she was questioning whether she had hit him, and to that extent.
Had you focused in on a target at this point or reached any conclusions about your investigation?
No, we were still in the information and fact-finding portion of the investigation. We are not ruling out people as much as we're not ruling people in as much as we're ruling people out. So we need to get as much information as possible that is in physical form, statement form, and circumstantial factors as well.
So where did the evidence take you next?
Following 3 interviews conducted in Canton with witnesses, we proceeded to the Good Samaritan Hospital because, based on the information I learned, I needed to put eyes on Mr. O'Keefe and his injuries. I needed to see what exactly the witnesses were describing.
Do you remember who you spoke with that morning before you decided that you wanted to go to the hospital to see Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes, we interviewed Miss Jen McCabe, Mr. Matt McCabe, and Mr. Brian Albert at the McCabe residence.
How long, or about what time did you get to see Mr. O'Keefe?
We got to see Mr. O'Keefe, I would approximate probably like 12:30, maybe 1 o'clock-ish.
Why did you want to see him specifically?
I wanted to see the injuries for myself, the location of the injuries, the types of injuries, the extent of the injuries, and overall condition that his body was in would be very telling. The mechanism of injury, how it might have taken place, and also the correlation of any evidence at the scene with those injuries.
Now, you don't have any medical degrees, do you?
I do not, no.
How about biomechanical engineering?
No.
Do you have life and job experience in these situations?
Yes, 20 plus years of law enforcement investigating car crashes, pedestrian crashes, and 10 years in homicide.
Your role is not to make a diagnosis, is it?
No, it's not.
Is this information and your interpretation based on your experience important in guiding what you're going to do in the investigation?
Yes, it is very.
Do you ultimately get to Good Samaritan Hospital?
Yes, we do.
Okay, take us through what happens when you get there.
When we got to Good Samaritan Hospital, the driving conditions were treacherous. It took us 45 minutes from Canton Center, basically, to Good Sam, which should be a 15, 20-minute drive. At one point, I had to get off the highway because I couldn't tell if I was on the roadway, if I was off the roadway. So the guidance of trees on the side of the road through the town streets actually helped us guide the path to Good Samaritan. Once we arrived, we walked to the emergency department where Mr. O'Keefe was initially treated and where he remained. Upon arrival, we spoke with medical personnel who advised us that the defendant had at that point been discharged from the hospital and that Mr. O'Keefe was still in the emergency room and available for us to view.
At that point, you said the defendant had been discharged. She was not the defendant at that point.
No, she was not, no.
Did you have a chance to enter a room or actually see Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes, I did.
Had he passed at that time?
Yes, he has.
So when you walk in the room, what do you see?
When I walked into the room, I saw a medical bed in front of me. Mr. O'Keefe was covered with a sheet, as is typical with any victim that had passed. There was a pile of clothing to the left, at his feet to the left of the bed. I observed several injuries on him once I lifted the sheet, and those were documented with photographs by Crime Scene Services, a member of the state police, who also met us at the hospital for that purpose.
So there were other members of the team that were there to photograph
Yes,
Mr. O'Keefe and some of the injuries?
yes.
How many people were in the room with you and Mr. Proctor when you were observing and viewing Mr. O'Keefe?
There was a total of 3 of us, myself, Mr. Proctor, the Crime Scene Services individual. There was medical staff coming in, nurses asking us if there was anything that we needed to assist us with. But from law enforcement, there was 3 of us there.
Now, I don't want you to try to give us a diagnosis or provide us an opinion of the cause of any injuries, but rather I want you to share with us, as you're observing Mr. O'Keefe in that hospital room, what are you seeing and what is standing out to you?
I saw pooling of blood underneath his head. There was seepage of blood into the sheets. There was also swelling, discoloration, a large amount of blood pooling underneath his eyelids. There was no abrasions or injuries that I observed to that region. So to me, through my training experience, I took that as subdural.
Not to any medical observations, but just you as law enforcement.
Yes, Your Honor.
I'd ask you not to give your personal interpretations of what you saw. Rather, I want you to share with the jury what you saw through your view.
There was also a tiny cut, laceration to the eyelid area.
You're pointing to your right eye. Could you be
Yes.
specific, please?
Also on the left nostril, there was a very small laceration there. Both were not actively bleeding. There were a series of cuts and bruises to the right arm, which extended from approximately mid forearm up to the mid tricep area of Mr. O'Keefe, and they were concentrated on the exterior of the arm. There was no other injury or marks on the interior or inside of the arm. There was also a bruise on that same arm on the back of the hand. It was light in color. It wasn't a profound discoloration as the eyes appeared to me. There were also injuries to abrasion or cut scrapes to the knee, I believe.
Which knee?
The right knee. I apologize.
You had first described swelling in the right eye, and then you had just said the eyes. Could you be specific? Was the swelling in one or both eyes when you saw Mr. O'Keefe?
When I saw Mr. O'Keefe, the swelling was in both eyes. It might not have been exactly symmetrical, but there was swelling, discoloration in both eyelids of Mr. O'Keefe. There was also blood pooling in the cavity of the eyeball, both sides of the eyeballs.
Do you know about what time it was that you visited Mr. O'Keefe and made these observations?
It was sometime between 12:30, 1 o'clock, and 2 o'clock, I would assume.
You mentioned that there was pooling on the back of Mr. O'Keefe's head. Did you look for any injury?
Yes, we looked for injury. All I could tell, there was bleeding happening. I could not tell exactly what the extent of the injury was, not being a medical professional.
You mentioned there were a pile of clothes in the floor. Is that uncommon?
No, it's not uncommon at all.
Did you have any opportunity, or did you decide to look at those clothes?
Yes, what happens, the reason those clothes are on the floor is that for medical therapy, for medical treatment, the victim has their clothing removed for access to the body. There's obviously all sorts of equipment and medical procedure that's done. So that clothes is discarded. We knew that it was Mr. O'Keefe's clothing. We knew that it would be important to aid us in the investigation. So that clothing was picked up, identified item by item, and bagged. It was in a soaking wet state with moisture and other debris on it.
When you are looking at Mr. O'Keefe, do you have to touch him and move him?
Yes, during our investigations, we're not simply looking at photographs. We are there in the scene. We are smelling it. We are touching it. We are, unfortunately, with certain pungent scenes, we were tasting it. That's the reality of us breathing in the scene when we're living it through the investigation.
Do you wear any type of protection?
Absolutely. We wear gloves. At times, we wear other PPE, personal protective equipment.
When you looked at Mr. O'Keefe's clothes, you said that you bagged them. Did anything stand out in particular about his set of clothing?
In particular, we were missing a sneaker of his. That was very significant to me. It caused me to have Michael Proctor contact the paramedics that transported Mr. O'Keefe to the hospital and confirm with them, conduct a secondary check, that that sneaker was not left behind in the ambulance.
Why was the missing sneaker significant to you at that point?
At that point, our theory had evolved to a vehicle strike based on the injuries, and I was suspecting that he was hit out of his shoes.
Is there a phrase that's common in these type of situations?
Yes.
And what's that?
Knocked out of your shoes?
Did you know where the other sneaker was?
I did not, no. But I suspected, since it was missing, and once the reports came in that the paramedics, EMT personnel did not find the other sneaker, that it would be somewhere where Mr. O'Keefe was found or where he was initially struck by a vehicle.
Did you and Mr. Proctor have an opportunity around that time, 12:30, 1 o'clock, to go back to that address to look for the sneaker?
We did not, no.
Why not?
Again, during the critical early hours of an investigation, timing is essential. We have to make sure we get to any and every location that could possibly have evidence and prevent that evidence from being destroyed, altered, or concealed. So we are prioritizing missions. And with the resources available at that time, I conferenced with my boss and advised him of the current status of the information that we had. And he stated that he would go out and marshal up resources to conduct a search.
Is this an example of the team approach of the state police at the homicide unit?
Objection.
Sustained.
After having this information, making these observations of Mr. O'Keefe yourself and bagging the clothes, where did the evidence lead you next?
At this point, once we viewed the clothing and Mr. O'Keefe, we had to go talk to the last person that saw him, and that would have been, at the time, his
Who'd you go see?
the defendant, Your Honor.
The prior question wasn't answered, so prior questions.
Did you know where Miss Reed was at that point?
Yes, we had learned that she traveled to her parents' home in Dighton.
Did you learn about any, or did you have any interest in any physical evidence at that point?
Yes. With the missing shoe, her stating that, did I hit him, and along that line of statements, I was interested in the vehicle that she was operating that night.
Okay. How far was Dighton from where you were at Good Samaritan Hospital?
Typically, I would say it's probably a 35, 45-minute drive. With the driving conditions, it took us all of an hour, 15 minutes.
Who was driving?
I was driving.
Were you in a issued vehicle, or were you in a personal vehicle?
No, I had to drive my personal pickup truck due to the weather. My cruiser would have never made the unplowed streets of the area.
Was Mr. Proctor with you?
He was.
Were you by his side the entire time?
Mr. Proctor and I were together the entire day.
You decided to go or drive towards Dighton. Did you ultimately make it to Dighton?
Yes, we did.
Do you know what time you arrived in Dighton approximately?
Approximately 3 p.m.
On your way down to Dighton, did you learn any further information beyond what you had known when you had left Mr. O'Keefe at Good Samaritan?
Yes, at one point, Michael Proctor took a call from Jen McCabe, and she further elaborated and provided information stating that she remembered.
Sustained.
After receiving that information, is there something specifically you wanted to look at when you got to Dighton?
Yes, we wanted to look at the rear right tail light. Based on the information provided, it was allegedly to
Let
be...
me stop you there. I just wanted to know what you wanted to look at.
Yes, sir.
I don't want to relate conversations of somebody who's not here. And so you had an interest in looking at the right rear tail light?
Yes.
Do you know what type of vehicle you were looking for?
We were looking for a large black Lexus SUV.
When you made your way down to Dighton, you said you finally arrived. How did you know you were at the right address?
The defendant provided her parents' address to us.
Before you got to Dighton, after learning of new information and the information you already had, did you make any arrangements?
Yes.
Tell the jury what you did on the way down to Dighton.
On the way down, we contacted Dighton Police Department and gave them a heads up that we would be coming down for an investigation, and we were looking to most likely seize a vehicle, and we were requesting their assistance in contacting a local tow truck company that they were contracted with, and or also to assist us at the scene, being a uniformed presence.
When you pulled up to the address, did you make any immediate observations while you were still inside your truck?
Yes, the road was not well plowed. There was only enough clearance for one vehicle. So it was difficult to find place to park, and maneuverability was also challenging.
Did you make any observations of the home or the driveway before you got out of your truck?
Yes, the home is to the left of the driveway. The driveway was not plowed either. There was a large black Lexus SUV parked in the driveway.
Was the front of the SUV facing you or the back of the SUV?
The back of the SUV was closest towards us.
How far from the SUV were you when you first parked at that address?
Probably, it's the length of the driveway. Based on my memory now, I would probably estimate it to be 60 feet or so.
Did you make any observations of the SUV from that distance?
It was covered with snow, like it's been either sitting outside or driven outside in the snow, so it was exposed to the elements.
What was your next steps?
We waited for Dighton PD to arrive to assist us. Once they arrived, Michael Proctor and I exited and proceeded up the driveway. I told Michael...
Let me stop you with what you said. I want to just know what you observed.
Okay.
As you're walking up the driveway, how close to that SUV did you get at its closest?
At its closest, I got as close as me and a defense table, which is probably 10 to 12 feet.
From the 10 to 12 feet, did you notice anything remarkable about the SUV?
Yes, there was a large piece of red taillight cover missing from the vehicle.
After you made an observation of a large piece of the red taillight cover missing, did you do anything else relative to the SUV at that time?
Yes, I told Michael to get close.
I'm not interested in what he did. What did you do? What did you see?
I just saw the damaged, missing taillight cover. I did not touch it. We did not approach it with physical contact. So.
Did you see where Michael Proctor went?
Yes.
How close to the car or the vehicle did he get?
Within 3 feet.
Did he ever touch it?
No.
Where did you and Michael Proctor go next?
We proceeded to the front door of the home to make contact with the residents.
And how clearly did you see that missing piece? What's your level of certainty?
100%.
Did you knock on the door?
Yes, I did.
And were you invited in?
We were, but not through the front door due to the weather and the piled up snow. We couldn't open the storm door. Mr. Reed invited us into the home through the garage. He opened the garage door for us and welcomed us inside.
When you went inside, what did you see?
When I went inside, I saw Mr. Reed, Mrs. Reed, and the defendant sitting on the couch.
You've referred to the defendant a number of times as Miss Reed. Do you see the defendant here in the courtroom today?
I do.
And the person you spoke to that morning, can you point that person out and describe an article of clothing they're wearing?
She's sitting in the middle right there in front of me wearing a black suit with yellow-colored metal buttons on it.
When you walked in, did you say that the defendant was sitting on a couch?
She was.
How close were you when you were speaking to her?
Within 12, 15 feet. We were in the same room, in the living room area.
Was Mr. Proctor there?
He was.
Was Mr. Proctor speaking to her?
He was.
Were you speaking to her at the same time or interchanging?
We were both communicating with her, a team approach.
I want to ask you about that conversation you had with Miss Reed. Before I do, Your Honor, may I approach briefly?
Okay.
Oh boy, here we are approaching already. Oh, hold on. I needed to scooch my chair up. It wasn't all the way seated correctly. Okay, we've already got our very first sidebar. And I just want to say, okay, it's my understanding that Proctor is on the defense's list of witnesses. But does that mean, where's Tess? Tess will know this answer. Does that mean that he is not on the prosecution's witness list? Because both things can be true. He can be a defense witness and a state witness, a prosecution witness. I mean, that does happen. So I'm just curious about that. Hold on a second. I wanted to answer something else, but they're coming back, so it doesn't matter anyway. I had something to say, but I totally forgot. It came right out of my brain. It just flew right away. Okay. Tess says, I heard he's not on the list currently, but it could change. That's what I heard too. But you are always multitasking. And so I know that you keep up with the Twitter, the X and the Twitter X's and a team approach. Yes, he said a team approach. My God. Lord. And Tracy, thank you for subscribing. I appreciate that. Welcome to the ward. Oh my goodness, you guys. Speaking of the ward, I cannot wait to show you guys. So excited. I'm proud of myself because you know how I love a good movie reference, right? And I believe that y'all will get this one immediately. Oh, thank you, Boho Hobo. Oh, I'm so sorry, Sissy's mom, Jan. Can I get a good morning, Bendy? I need the love. Good morning, Sissy's mom. I'm sorry. I was very abrupt today when I started because I was late getting. I do not like being late, but if I would have started the stream on time, okay, the problem there would have been I was trying to export a video really quickly. It wasn't a long video, but I didn't want it to get messed up or anything. So I just erred on the side of caution and was tarte. I'm so sorry, you guys. I apologize. Good morning to all of you. I'm so glad and grateful that you're here. Thank you so much for being here. This whole situation today is already like yesterday was like whew. So also I'm just completely thrown off from yesterday because I had like this whole plan after I got off YouTube yesterday. For the trial ended and I was done streaming. I had this whole plan of what I was going to do, which was to do my nails. Okay, so I had to gather up all my supplies, which includes my iPad because, I mean, I'm not just going to sit there and soak my tootsies and be bored. No. I have games I have to play. I got commitments. So as I'm going back and forth, gathering up all the things, Allie messages me and tells me we got the video, the body cam footage. So I'm like, okay. So then we talked and so I didn't get to do my toes. So now I got to figure out how I got to work that into the schedule. And so, yeah, it just threw me off, It doesn't take much to throw me off. I don't know. It's just in my personality changes very hard for me, which is weird because as an Aquarius, one of our personality traits, and this is true of me, we're very contrary and will, change up, but I don't like change just for the sake of change. So maybe that's a better description. Anyway, but thank you so much, Neat Noodle. I appreciate that. Thank you. Neat Noodle says the body cam was amazing. Like, I can't take credit for that. All I did was add captions, add a little watermark for me and Allie, and then that was that. I think that I also agree with this. Danny says same. Change is hard for me too. ADHD thing. I think I'm also an Aquarius. I do think that I'm running around unmedicated with ADHD. So no, I don't think so. Hold on a second. Sissy's mom, Jen, says, does getting a sympathy card for my cousin about her cat sound weird? No. Do it.
All right, so is it appropriate for me to give an instruction right now, Mr. Brennan?
I would defer to counsel.
Mr. Jackson, you want me to
I'm
give
not
a
asking for one.
humane practice instruction?
Yes.
Yes. All right. So, folks, you're about to hear testimony regarding a statement or statements that were allegedly made by or attributed to Ms. Reed. I'm going to instruct you in more detail at the end of the case about this matter. However, I want you to understand that at this time, as the statements are offered into evidence, that before you may consider the content of any such statement made by the defendant as evidence, you're going to have to make a preliminary determination about whether or not it can be considered by you as evidence at all. In your determination, at the end of the case, you're not to consider any such statement by the defendant as evidence, even though it's presented to you through a witness at trial, unless, from all the evidence in the case, you first determine that the Commonwealth has proved beyond a reasonable doubt that Ms. Reed made the statements she's alleged to have made, and that she made it voluntarily, freely, and rationally. All right, go ahead, Mr. Brennan.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, I want you to begin from when you were in the living room, your beginning conversation with the defendant, the presence of both her father and mother. You're with Mr. Proctor. Can you share with us the conversation that you had with the defendant?
Yes. She stated that she's willing to answer our questions, but she didn't want to go into too many details. That's how the conversation began. She provided us the fact that Mr. O'Keefe was hanging out with a friend of his at 5 p.m. at the One Meadows Ave residence, following which he proceeded to C.F. McCarthy's in Canton, where the defendant stated that she met him approximately at 9 p.m. She was drinking vodka sodas. Mr. O'Keefe was consuming Bud Light beer. After C.F. McCarthy's, they proceeded to the Waterfall Grill and Bar. At this point, the defendant was asked if she brought a beverage with her from C.F. McCarthy's to the Waterfall establishment, to which she stated she didn't think so. After the Waterfall, the defendant stated that she dropped Mr. O'Keefe off at 34 Fairview. She was asked if she saw him go in the house. She stated no, she did not see him go in the house. She was asked about the damage to her rear taillight, to which she stated, quote, "I don't know how I did it last night," end quote. Once she provided us with the fact that she dropped him off and never saw him go in the house, she was asked to provide details about her leaving. She stated that she made a 3-point turn and left. She was asked to provide some explanation of how Mr. O'Keefe sustained those injuries that he had. She did not.
Let me stop you there. Did you get an answer to your question about how he sustained the injuries or the details about the 3-point turn?
No, I did not.
You mentioned that when you were at Good Samaritan Hospital, you saw blood on the back of Mr. O'Keefe's head.
Yes.
Did you ask the defendant anything about that injury?
Yes, we asked about the injuries that the Mr. O'Keefe had, that he had been displaying, and whether or not he had those injuries the night prior at either McCarthy's or Waterfall, to which the defendant stated she didn't see any injuries on him. But then she provided a statement saying that Mr. O'Keefe bumped his head 2 nights prior and asked her about it, which to me seemed kind of strange. But
Without the commentary. After she told you that Mr. O'Keefe had bumped his head 2 nights prior, and that he had asked about it or she had asked about it?
she stated that he had bumped his head 2 nights prior, and Mr. O'Keefe asked her about it.
Did she say when Mr. O'Keefe asked her about the bump on his head from the few nights before?
No, she did not.
Did the conversation conclude?
Yes, it did.
After the conversation concluded, what was your next step?
Once the conversation concluded, the defendant was advised that her vehicle is being seized, and her cell phone was also seized.
Were there any other items at that point that you were seizing, other than the cell phone and the vehicle?
Not from that location, no.
Did you have a warrant at that point?
We did not, no.
Did you have authority to seize items prior to having a warrant?
I'll allow that.
Well, what is the process when you want to obtain items but you don't have a warrant? What process do you go through?
We seized them to prevent any alteration, destruction of the evidence that could be contained on those items pending a warrant. They are secured. They're not touched or processed by us. The process of obtaining a warrant includes writing an affidavit justifying.
Objection.
Yeah, we don't need to hear any of this part.
Understood. Understood. Did you ultimately obtain both the phone and the vehicle?
Yes, we did.
Describe how the vehicle was seized. What happened?
The defendant provided her key card. It's like a credit card size key fob for the vehicle to allow the ignition to start. It was driven onto a flatbed tow truck, secured, and then we followed it from Dighton to the Canton Police Department.
Was video ever provided that showed part of that vehicle being loaded onto the tow truck?
Yes, it was.
Have you ever reviewed that video?
Yes, I did.
When you were at Dighton and the defendant's Lexus was being put on the tow truck, about what time was that?
It was approximately 4:16, 4:15 in the afternoon on the 29th of January, 2022.
Now, you mentioned that you took a cell phone. Are there parts or participants on the team that handle that specific type of evidence?
Yes, we have troopers that are specialized, trained, and have expertise in digital forensic analysis, extraction, and processing of digital devices.
Is that something you do?
I am trained in certain portions of it, but I am not an expert like them.
Did you manipulate the phone in any way?
No.
Did you see Mr. Proctor manipulate the phone in any way?
I don't recall seeing that, no.
Before the vehicle was moved or during the
Wait a minute. You don't recall seeing that, or he didn't, because there's a difference. That's not the same. That's not a no.
the loading of the tow, did either you or Mr. Proctor go back anywhere near that vehicle?
We were near the vehicle once it was unloaded, but we never touched it.
Objection. May we approach briefly?
Okay.
Oh, Mr. Jackson is like not feeling it. Oh dear. Hold on. I'm closing some tabs. I don't need 11 billion tabs open. Ah, my goodness. Also, while we are waiting for them to be coming back from cyber, I clipped yesterday's testimony where Mr. Alessi, hold on just a second. I'm going to show you guys something. I clipped yesterday's testimony where Mr. Alessi got Jessica Hyde to apologize to the state, and I made a little video. So I hope you guys go check it out. I hope you enjoy it. I was talking to Allie about the trial, and I was telling her, I was telling her about Mr. Alessi yesterday and my huge girl crush I have on him. Well, I guess that's not right. That's not the right thing. My huge crush that I have on Mr. Alessi. Like, yesterday was just everything. But also, it kind of makes me like curious is why the state is working so hard to defend Jen McCabe. She ain't on
Jurors, I'm
trial.
going to strike the last portion of that testimony.
She ain't catch no charges. So what's the state doing? Yikes on bikes.
From the point you went in and spoke to the defendant until the vehicle was placed in the back of the flatbed, did you ever go back near the vehicle and touch it in any way?
No.
Did you ever see Mr. Proctor go back near that vehicle and touch it in any way?
No.
You mentioned that the tow was loading the vehicle, the defendant's Lexus, around 4:15.
I believe so, yes.
Did you join the tow truck driver, or did you keep your separate vehicle at that point?
We traveled in my...
I'll allow it.
I drove my vehicle and followed the tow truck back to the Canton Police Department.
Where was Mr. Proctor?
In my front passenger seat.
During that time, had you made arrangements or did you receive any information about other members of the team engaging in any searches relative to this case?
Yes, I have.
And what did you learn?
I learned that Detective Lieutenant Tully had
Objection.
I'm going to allow it.
had dispatched other members of our unit to 34 Fairview and other resources from the Massachusetts State Police to assist him in a search for the missing shoe.
Do you know what?
Excuse me? Which other resources from the state police? I'm very curious about that. What can you go into details about the other resources? Was it members of the Canton Police Department that were wearing hoods and masks? Hats and masks. Let me put it better. Hats and masks. Was that who you guys, Mr. Tully dispatched? Is that what you mean? Without saying it? Just asking.
What time those other members arrived or began to arrive at 34 Fairview?
Objection.
Sustained.
You begin your travels at 4:15 p.m. back to the Canton Police Department. Why did you choose to bring the vehicle to the Canton Police Department if the Canton police detectives were not working on this case anymore?
They had a heated storage facility, being the Sally Port. We needed to preserve the vehicle as best we could away from the elements. And it was also in close proximity to our office, also to process the vehicle and get the search warrant from the local courthouse would have been more convenient for us.
Why was a heated Sally Port or a heated garage important to you?
The vehicle was impacted with snow. that accumulated, and also from traveling on the highways, it was packed with a shell of snow covering the exterior of it. So it would melt away in the heated Sallyport.
Were you intending on having other resources or other team members or other units available to look at the vehicle at some point?
Yes, we were.
Who were you intending? Who did you expect would have to look at the vehicle in the future?
For one, we would have to document the exterior of it with photographs. That would be crime scene services section. We would process it for fingerprints, which would be also serve as the crime scene services section provides. We would, if needed, take swabs for DNA or other latent evidence.
So correct me if I'm wrong. Which preserves things better? Heat or cold? For example, if you buy 87 pounds of hamburger meat and you know you're not going to eat 87 pounds of hamburger meat in one setting, do you put the hamburger meat that you're not going to use in the oven, or do you put it in the freezer? Curious.
That would be the chemist, as well as if the authority was there to process the internal workings, the computer chips, and the infotainment system of the vehicle. And that would be a digital forensics expert that's trained in that field.
Would an unheated garage or Sallyport impede that?
Yes.
Given that Canton Police Department was not now part of the active investigation, did you have any concerns bringing it to the Canton Police Department?
No.
You said you left Dighton at 4:15. What time approximately did you and Mr. Proctor and that Lexus arrive at the Canton heated Sallyport garage area?
We arrived at the Canton Police Department at 5:30, and the vehicle was unloaded and placed into the garage at 5:35 p.m.
Did you and Mr. Proctor go into the garage?
Yes, we did.
And in the garage, what were you doing?
We helped facilitate putting yellow.
I'm going to ask you what you were doing and then what you saw Mr. Proctor doing, rather than use we. I want to be very specific about what you did and saw. What were you doing?
I helped put up yellow caution tape around the vehicle to prevent anyone from coming near it and touching it.
Were there any other persons in that area other than you and Mr. Proctor?
There were members of the Canton Police Department.
Did you make observations of the vehicle once you had it in that Sallyport area?
Yes, I did.
You mentioned that it was packed with snow. Was the snow still on it when you brought it into the Sallyport?
Yes, there was.
Did you wipe the car down or clear
No.
the car of the snow?
No.
Did you touch the vehicle in any way with your hands?
No.
Did you ever see Mr. Proctor touch that vehicle?
No, he did not.
If you put caution tape around the vehicle, how did you not touch the vehicle? Was there some type of cone or something that you actually used to put the caution tape around, so the caution tape or the crime scene tape was not touching the vehicle? Because I'm not too clear on that. I'm just asking. I'm just curious. I want to know these things.
Objection.
I'll sustain it.
Move to strike.
I'll strike that. Ask me differently, Mr.
Did you ever see Michael Proctor touch
Hey,
that
Wolfie!
vehicle while you were in the Sallyport area?
I did not.
How long did you remain in the Sallyport area for, do you know?
We remained in the Sallyport area approximately until 5:51 and change, based on
Okay,
the
that's
best of
enough.
my memory.
After you left the Sallyport area, where did you go?
We left the I apologize.
Go ahead. If you can say first what you did and then wait for the next question, please, sir.
I left the Sallyport area and proceeded inside the Canton Police Department.
Where was Mr. Proctor?
He was with me.
By your side?
Yes.
Did he ever leave your sight?
I'm sure at some point he walked away from me, but I can't. We were traveling together all day.
You went into a different part of the Canton Police Department?
Yes.
Where did you go?
Into the dispatch area, and then the conference room upstairs later on.
Why did you go up to the conference room?
The conference room was provided for us to use as a meeting location. The members of our unit that had assisted at the 34 Fairview Road scene had traveled back to Canton Police, and we were meeting there to exchange information based on what we had learned with our portions of the investigation. That way everyone's on the same page at that point.
Did you meet, is this team, is it called a CERT team?
There is a CERT team.
Do you know if the CERT team was the team that went to 34 Fairview?
Yes, I do.
Did you meet with the entire CERT team that night at the Canton Police Department, or some members?
Not the entire team, no.
When you had the meeting in that room, who did you meet with?
In that room, I specifically remember being Detective Lieutenant Tully, myself, Michael Proctor, and other members of our homicide and narcotics section assigned to the Norfolk District Attorney's Office.
Did you discuss the evidence you had to that point?
Yes.
Regarding 34 Fairview Road, did you develop or decide any plans to physically go back to that area?
Yes, I did.
And what was the plan?
The plan was to take shovels and rakes and other gardening equipment and go back to that location to excavate for additional evidence.
When did you make the decision that you were going to go back to 34 Fairview?
It was that evening.
Why did you decide you were going to go back at some point?
During the recall of all the information learned and sharing of that information with other members of our investigative team, it was realized that Mr. O'Keefe was wearing a black baseball hat, and at this point in time, that article of clothing was still missing.
Was there something impeding a full and complete investigation of the scene?
At 34 Fairview?
Yes.
Yes. The heavy, large amount of snow that had accumulated over the last 12 hours or so heavily hindered our investigation of that immediate scene.
When you were debriefed, did you learn the area where the CERT team had spent most of their time searching?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that, sir?
When you were debriefed, were you informed the area that the CERT team spent most of their time searching?
I don't recall on the specifics of it, no.
Okay. Now, at some point, did you obtain a registry of motor vehicle record and certificate for the Lexus that you had towed?
Yes, we did.
May I approach?
Yes.
So do you recognize this?
Yes, I do.
And if you can take a look at the following pages. And what is that, sir?
It is the Massachusetts Registry of Motor Vehicle title, history, and registration inquiry for a black and color Lexus LX, year model 2022, bearing Massachusetts registration 3GC684, registered to Karen Reed.
Your Honor, move this document into evidence.
No objection, Your Honor.
Exhibit 84.
Thank you. As part of your continued investigation, did you have an opportunity to obtain documents and items?
Yes.
Did you listen to audio recordings that were included statements of the defendant?
Yes, I did.
Did you listen to audio recordings from different sources?
Yes, I did.
What do some of those sources include?
Dateline 2020, Gretchen Voss, Fox 25, various media platforms.
I want to walk through some of the evidence in chronological order of date. So going back to January 29, 2022, at the hospital you obtained some items.
Yes, sir.
Did you bring those items with you today?
Yes, I did.
Great. And after they take their break, we're going to talk about this shoe business because I did catch that as well and I forgot about it. So thank you for reminding me. Here we go.
I want to talk about the progress of those items from when you first obtained them until today. You mentioned that they were clothes that you obtained at the hospital of Mr. O'Keefe.
Yes, sir.
And you shared with us that they were wet. You put them in bags.
Yes, sir.
That night, where did those clothes go when you left the hospital?
Those clothes, while bagged up, they remained in the back cab portion behind my driver's seat of my pickup truck on the floorboard.
Where did you bring them that night?
That bag containing all those clothing traveled with me around the area as we investigated, and then after the debrief at Canton PD, we brought them directly here to the Canton office of the district attorney.
Did you have those items with you at the Canton Police Department?
They were in my truck. I didn't bring them into the
I see.
the
They
office.
remained in your truck while you were in the Canton Police Department?
Once I placed that bag in the back of my truck, I did not touch until I removed it from the truck at the Canton District Attorney's office to bring it in.
When did you
Wait a minute. You just out here leaving evidence in your truck?
remove it from your truck and bring it into the district attorney's office?
Probably around 8 p.m. on the 29th of January 2022.
When you brought the clothes inside, where did you bring them?
We brought them to the temporary evidence processing area within the district attorney's office in the state police section of the office where we have our desks and workspaces. There's a designated area at the time for evidence processing.
What did you do with the clothes once you got them into the secure area in the district attorney's office?
Once the clothing was in that secure area, we had to lay them out to dry.
What you did, if you could.
I had to lay them out to dry them. So I took a butcher paper, laid it out on the floor, and each item I removed and laid out onto that butcher paper to dry.
Was anybody with you helping you?
Yes.
And who's that?
Michael Proctor.
Why did you lay out the clothing items one by one separately?
Each clothing item needs to dry naturally and prevent moisture from being trapped. That moisture, if trapped, could develop mold and damage any DNA evidence that we could retrieve. Scientists could retrieve from the item. To prevent that, we dried each item individually, separating each item for better airflow.
How long did it take for those items to dry?
Several days.
And were they in that secure area on the butcher paper for several days?
Yes, sir.
Are there times when that separate area was left alone, nobody watching?
Yes, sir.
Were those clothes ultimately moved from that area?
Ultimately, they were moved, yes.
Did you personally remove them from that area?
No, I did not.
Did you know if they were bagged and put into evidence?
I do know they were bagged and put into evidence.
Is there an evidence locker at that office?
Yes, there is.
Is it a secure area?
Yes, it is.
Does every officer or trooper have access to that evidence room?
No, they do not.
Did you again see those items at a later date?
Yes, I did.
And have you seen those items since?
Yes, I have.
The items, the clothing items you took from the hospital, do you remember what items they were?
Yes, I do.
Can you share with us your memory of what items they are?
It was a two-tone gray sweatshirt, light material sweatshirt. It was an orange t-shirt. It was a pair of blue jeans, a belt, and a pair of underwear boxers.
And did you bring those clothing items with you today?
Yes, I did.
Beginning with the pants, do you have them with you up at the stand, Mr. O'Keefe's pants?
Yes.
Could you produce it, please?
Yes, sir.
Do you have gloves, Trooper Mechanic?
Yes, I do.
Yes, Sissy's mom. They had to dry individually,
I'd move
unattended,
this
I
item
might
into
add.
evidence.
Excuse me, Mr. Brennan. But they were transported in the same bag. Yes, correct. So any contamination that he's talking about respective to DNA would have already occurred potentially because they were in the same bag. That's all. I did show a side-by-side of the photograph of John O'Keefe's shoe in the snow, as well as a still from testimony during the Karen Reed trial, this trial, 2 days ago when the shoe was presented, 3 days ago when the shoe was presented. So we'll get into that more as we go through these clothes. Let's keep going.
No objection.
With the court's permission, I'd ask the trooper to show the item to the jury.
Yes, go right ahead.
Oh, you're welcome, Violet. At first, I wasn't sure if you were asking me if I could show the shoe, but then I realized
Thank you.
you were. Now, is that a Stop and Shop bag or is that an actual evidence bag?
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Did you learn during your conversations with the CERT team and other members of the team that a sneaker was found at 34 Fairview?
Yes, I did.
Have you seen the photograph relative to that sneaker?
Yes, I have.
And you mentioned when you were at the hospital there was a sneaker? One?
Yes,
Do you have that sneaker with you?
I do.
Could you produce it, please?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, I'd move this item into evidence.
No objection.
Could I have the court's permission for the trooper to show it to the jury? Trooper, is that the sneaker that was at the hospital when you visited Mr. O'Keefe?
No, so this is the sneaker from 34 Fairview.
Could I have that marked? What is that, a left or a right sneaker, sir?
This is the left sneaker. Excuse me, this is the right sneaker from 34 Fairview Road, Kansas.
Objection, Your Honor. May we refer to the
Sure. If you could put the speaker back in the bag and let Mr. Brennan bring the bag over, please. Jurors will take on morning recess because you don't need to watch us over there. So we'll take a half an hour just to make sure that everybody has a break and is able to move forward smoothly. These things happen when you have a lot of evidence in the courtroom. So we will see you at 11.
All rise, please. Jurors, close your notebooks, follow me.
Oh, Nicholas, I'm so glad that you mentioned that the Sarah Boone sidebar transcripts are out. Let's go have a look, shall we? You know, just while we're kicking it, got a 30-minute break. Give me
Just let me know and I'll come right
1
back up.
second.
Your Honor, may I
Yes.
be heard?
Yes.
May I, during the break, in the company of a representative from the defense team, speak to Trooper Buchanan about this issue?
I have no problem with that. Do you, Mr. Jackson?
No problem at all.
We will facilitate things. Yes, you may.
Thank you.
Let's see.
All rise.
So I'm over here on the Orange County Clerk's website. It's going to take a minute because there are, I would have to say, Nicholas, that because there's 2,000 pages, I'm going to go ahead and say that were uploaded that are titled, I'll tell you exactly what they're titled, Appeal Trial Transcripts. Comments October 14th through 18th and 21st through 24th, 2024. There are 2,529 pages. But let me see what this is. This is transcript of proceedings. Oh, this is just, hold on. Just a minute. Give me a second. Let me see. Okay. Let me look at something really quickly. Give me just a second. This is from the state. This is from sentencing. I'm just seeing if in the sentencing that I can't remember if there's like any sidebars in the state in the sentencing phase. So let me just check. Give me un momentito, por favor. I'm sorry, you guys. I don't like it when there's no like speaking, and I'm trying not to have that because it drives me nuts, and I can't imagine it wouldn't drive y'all nuts. But I'm just trying to see if I don't think there were any sidebars. Let me just make sure. Oh my God. This is, they even have Sarah Boone's, of course they do, I'm not surprised, but they have Sarah Boone's Kinchu Sukuroi. Just trying to see if there's any sidebars. I don't think there were during the...
Hey there, Karen Reed trial watchers.
Hi, Jesse scared me.
That the world is unfortunately very unpredictable. And
Sorry about that, you guys. I just want to see, just in case there was any sidebars during that. I don't think there were from memory, but I just want to check. Well, I'm going to go ahead and say that if it's still loading, my goodness. If my calculations are correct, that 2,500 plus pages, I would imagine that the sidebars are included in that. And once it loads, I'm going to use my special tool, Control F, and type in the word objection and see what happens, because that'll pull up the sidebars. So let me just let it load for a second. The one that I'm most specifically interested in is when George Torres, when his mom came up, or when his mom, when they were playing the suitcase video, I think it was, and his mom had the reaction and she left the court and he moved for a mistrial. I believe there was a sidebar at that point. And I'm curious as to what was talked about. Also, there's another part. There's a few times when they went to speak to the judge that I'm curious about what was said. So, what if I do a live on Saturday? And I do one of my dramatic readings to the sidebars. What do you guys think? Would you be amenable to that? I have heard Christina J. Christina J says Sarah's alimony and child support case is getting interesting. Brian Boone just responded to her filing, and it's comically perfect. Is it? All right. Well, let's do this. La 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 la. Here we go. Let's see what we can see over here, because at one point, they're all sealed again. I'm so mad at myself because at one point these were open. Now, let me see. I wonder what you need to do a I wonder what I would need to be able to view this. It says that any document that has been set by the court of courts or the clerk of courts to require a registered user account or to be viewed in person I wonder what you need. I mean, when I lived in Florida, let me see something here. Okay. All right, now I know what I need. Okay. Challenge accepted. Oh, here we go. Let me see. This is jury selection. Wow. Let's see. Oh, this is the trial. I remember this now. Okay. Hold on. All right, let me just do this. Let me just use my handy dandy. Give me just a second, because when you use Control F, it tells you how many times how many times the word objection is in used. So give me just a second. Okay, hold on, let me go down. Give me a second, you guys. Give me a second. All right. Because there's a lot, but let me just say this: while scrolling through this, they're talking about evidence, right? So Mr. J says, "Okay, I see two images. I can recognize it as a reflection of children in I don't know if it's a snow globe, an aquarium, or whatnot, but I have no objection to removing those two. I just didn't recognize it as children. I recognized it as a crab." Yeah, so the sidebars are here. So we will definitely be going over that this these sidebars. Nicholas says, yes. Let me do it right, like the dinosaur, the T-Rex. Yes. I would love to listen to your dramatic reading on my drive to Las Vegas on Saturday at a dose of Jen Liu. Well, your wish is granted. There you go. Ooh, I like this. Neat. Sidebar Saturday would be fun. I'm totally going to do it. I don't have anything to do, I don't think, on Saturday. Let me see something. Isn't Mother's Day on Sunday? Let me just check my pictures. Let me see this. It is Mother's Day in the United States. Okay. Because I know that on Mother's Day, my plans are in the morning time, I'm going to be with my daughter, and then I'm free in the evening. So let's just do this, whatever, because I'm sure there's a lot of sidebar happening in that trial that I might find interesting. And so what if we do, break it up into two parts, Sidebar Saturday, and what can we do? We could just, Sidebar Saturday, Sidebar Sunday, all the things. So, I'll do something Saturday and then I'll do something Sunday, because I feel like, there's 2,000 pages and I can read really well, and fast. But in order for me to do it with dramatic effect, that takes a little time. Then I'm going to have to take pauses to give commentary. Plus, all that talking is going to make me parched. So I think we should do it in two parts. So, yes. I think that's what we shall do. We still have 10 minutes before the court is going to be back back on, let's see what else. I just have to laugh at, I recognized it as a crab. Oh, Mr. J. Let's see. All right, hold on a minute. Let's see. Let me see. What else? Anyway. So let's go ahead and do what I wanted to do at break before I remembered that those were available with Sarah. So here are the shoes in question. Okay. This shoe here on the, if you're looking at the screen, it's on your left. Okay. Clearly has a black sole to me. I can see the white, but I can also see the black sole. Now, the shoe on the right is when it was shown in court, by, I cannot remember which witness presented this, but anyway, that clearly has a white sole. I mean, they hold it up in a different way and you can see the bottom, but I just can't find that picture right this minute. I mean, what do you guys think? Do you guys think that that there's two different shoes? Also, I'm noticing if you look at the one on the left, okay, so follow the Nike swoop, the swoosh, okay, all the way down, and then go over to your left, and you'll see that there's also white there as well. That doesn't appear to be snow. It actually appears to be the inside of the shoe from this angle to me. Now, look at the shoe that the detective is holding up, or the Massachusetts State Police officer is holding up. Notice that that shoe on the inside is black. Okay, hold on. MK is saying something here. Oh, you can't see it because I have an overlay. So MK said the sole is black, the midsole is white. So okay, let me just ask it this way. Am I incorrect in saying that what we have here appears to be two different shoes? And the reason I ask this is because I'm familiar with this type of shoe that the officer is holding in the court. Okay. They're like squishy. The sole is they're real flexible. Like you can bend a hard shoe too, but this is way more, for lack of a better term, bendy and flexible than a shoe that has a sneaker that has a harder sole. Okay. And to me, the shoe on the left, okay, I'll tell you what we're going to do. Tess says, I read that the photo color was inverted. That's why it looks different. Okay. All right, I'm going to do something really quick. I uploaded both of these shoes to Canva, and I'll tell you what I'll do. Canva does allow for the inversion of color. So you guys have seen, let me scroll all the way down my 11 billion. All right, now I'm going to edit the shoe in the snow. Okay, I'm going to adjust it, and I'm going to click invert. All right, and I'm going to download it, and I'm going to show you what Canva does to it. And I'm going to invert the original shoe as well, so we can see for comparison purposes if it does this, if it does something similar. All right, let me download this. I feel like if the shoe was a different shoe, Mr. Jackson would be all over that. Okay, let me show you guys what it does. All right, let me take this down really quickly. All right, let me upload this one. Okay, so when I invert it, and this is why I'm skeptical of it, okay? Look what it does to the black swoosh, or the white swoosh when the colors are inverted. You guys tell me what you think. What's Kristen's? There's the bottom of the shoe. Sorry, I don't know what you guys heard or how much I cut off, because I just now realized it removed me from the the stream. But all right, so here is the bottom of the shoe. What I did was what I did was, in this picture, all I did was choose from Canva image enhancer. Does that alter the picture? Well, I mean, yes, because it unpixelates it. Okay. So I cannot say that this is, not altered because I did upscale it. That's an alteration. So I want to be very clear about that. But for these purposes, what we're trying to obtain is the bottom of the shoe, right? And so it doesn't change anything in that regard. It's not going to make it have a pink sole if the sole is white. Okay. So it doesn't alter it in that respect. But because it is, because I did use an image upscaler, I do think that it's important to say that's what I did because that in and of itself is an alteration to the photograph. Okay. So I want to make that one clear. Now, here, I'm going to show you guys the second when I inverted the color. Okay. Because Tess said that she had heard that the reason why it looks the way that it does in that in the crime scene photograph, is that they inverted the color. Okay, this is what inverting the color looks like. It changes the blacks and the whites in the photograph. Okay, so in my estimation, if that were the case, then the Nike swoosh, as we can see in this picture, has been changed to black. Okay, and this is the original photograph as it was presented in court. Just like this. So as you can see, the white swoosh exists on the left and the white swoosh exists on the right. And when they are inverted, the swoosh becomes black. Is it the same shoe? I don't know. I don't know. What do you guys think? I mean, am I doing this scientifically correct? I feel like that I am, but I want to make sure, I want to hear what you guys think. Because as you can see exactly what inverting the color does. And let me just say this, Canva, compared to other apps that you can use, for example, Photoshop. Let's compare it against Photoshop. If you were to compare Canva and Photoshop, what you can do in Photoshop is far greater than what you can do with Canva. Canva, in that respect, is very limited. So, I need to know why Chicken Shite is laughing. I mean, I feel like the souls are not the same either. And also, when you invert a photograph, okay, everything is inverted. All of the colors are inverted. And if they were trying to invert it to enhance the photograph, it doesn't make sense to me. That I don't think that's what it is. All right, so they're back in court. So let's hear what's going on. Let me come over here and turn it up. Hold on. Because I want to hear what Judge Bev says. All right, here we go. And then I'll take it off the screen. Give me just a sec. Sorry about that, you guys.
Okay, the jury's coming over, but did you want to give me those text messages or no?
You can see the court is in session. Thank you.
I don't need to have them.
No, I had brought them downstairs. I thought you had them. I will.
Did that fall out?
Yeah, it's all right.
Thank you.
All right, I want to answer Rachel's question. Rachel says, I don't get why the snow is still white. Okay, so it's actually not. Okay, if you look, I'll show you guys again. Here's the original picture. All right, so if you look, here's the original picture. This is the curb. Oh, I can't point to it. Okay, so if you're looking at the picture on the left, okay, and you can see where it's black and it's surrounded by snow, okay? And if you move to the right where the two pictures meet and you see the black, that is what they call the berm, okay? I see that you emailed me, Nate. I'll look in just one tiny little minute. It's probably important and I need to look now. So when you look at the inverted picture, which is this one, where the two meet, the white is that way because that's where the asphalt is. So it did actually invert. And where the snow is, it did turn it black. It's just not a good, I mean, the quality of the picture is not good. It's also not like, I mean, listen, I'm not speaking poorly of Canva. I love Canva. I use it to make all of my thumbnails and things. So I think that it's doing what he's doing. It's doing what it's supposed to do. It's just probably not as, I can't like make any further adjustments to clarity, etc. Like I could if I were using something like Photoshop or even Photopea, actually. All right, here we go. Let's listen to what's going on, and then I'll see this email from Neat. Hold on. I need to say this really quickly. I'm sorry. I got it, Neat. Thank you so much. I'm going to take care of that right now.
All right, to the court, service entry. Court is back in session. You may be seated.
All right, are you all set, Mr. Brennan?
I am, thank you, Your Honor. May I?
Yes.
Sir, when we left, we were discussing Mr. O'Keefe's sneaker that you retrieved from the Good Samaritan Hospital.
Yes, sir.
Would that be his right sneaker?
It would be his right sneaker.
Do you have that sneaker with you today?
I do.
And again, could you open that bag and show that right sneaker to the jury?
Yes, sir.
Is that the sneaker you retrieved from the Good Samaritan Hospital?
It is.
I'd move that into evidence, please.
Okay, any objection, Mr. Jackson?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you.
Trooper Buchanan, there are two more items. I'm sorry, Your Honor.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. Trooper Buchanan, there are two more items that you retrieved of John O'Keefe's clothing from the Good Samaritan Hospital. Did you bring those two items with you?
Yes, sir.
Are those two of the items that you laid out on butcher paper to dry?
Yes, they are.
Were they ultimately bagged and put into evidence?
Yes, they were.
And did you bring Mr. O'Keefe's T-shirt?
Yes, I did.
Is it placed in an object so it can be seen?
Yes, it was.
What type of object?
It's a transparent plastic sheet.
I would move the T-shirt into evidence.
No objection, Your Honor.
With the court's permission, could Trooper Buchanan show it to the jury?
Yes.
Could you show the back as well, Trooper? Thank you.
Mr. Brennan, could you help assist the court reporter with that, please?
Of course.
Exhibit 87.
Just place it on that side.
Yeah, that'd be great. Thank you.
And Trooper Buchanan, is there a last piece of item of Mr. O'Keefe's that you took from the Good Samaritan Hospital?
Yes, it is.
And what is it?
It's the sweatshirt.
I'd move that into evidence, Your Honor.
No objection, Your Honor.
The court's permission?
Yes.
Could you show the back side, please? May I approach?
Yes, thank you. Next exhibit, please, Madam Court Reporter.
Exhibit 88.
Thank you.
Your Honor, that's to exhibit 88, maybe approach Reader.
I'm sorry?
Maybe approach Reader.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Yes, where is the coat? All right. I am doing something on another. I need to figure. I forgot how to do this. Give me just a second, you guys, to remember where this goes. Let me see if I can do something here. Not here. Here we go. It's not what I wanted. No. Here we go. I found it. Hold on a sec. I'm sorry. What are you talking about? What is the problem here? Oh my God. Oh, I see. Did you guys know that a space is a special character? I didn't. All right, give me just a second. All right. If you are a member, please go peruse the emoji tab and check it out, because I've uploaded a new thing that our very good friend Neat Noodle made for you guys and me, and I just enhanced it ever so much. So let me see if I can put it in the chat for you guys so that you may enjoy it as well.
Jurors, every piece of evidence that you're getting is recorded, and we have to keep a very clear record. So sometimes we spend time that may seem like a waste of time to you, but it's very, very important for the case. So we do appreciate your patience. All right, go ahead, Mr. Brennan.
Thank you. Trooper Kennick, you shared with us that you met with some of the members of the state police that night and then returned to the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office to put the clothing on butcher paper, you call it. What was your next step in your investigation?
We met and discussed the next steps. My decision was to go back to 34 Fairview and excavate for the missing clothing item, being Mr. O'Keefe's hat. There was also plans to start writing search warrants.
Did the weather get better over the next couple days?
The weather did take a turn for the warmer temperatures, yes.
Did you return to Fairview a few days later on February 3rd?
Yes, I did.
Was that the first time you personally had visited 34 Fairview?
Yes, it was.
When you went to 34 Fairview on February 3rd, 2022, do you remember about what time in the morning you went?
Sometime between 8:30, 9 o'clock, maybe 9:30.
When you went there, did you travel with anybody?
Yes.
Who did you travel with?
It was other members of my unit and a member from Crime Scene Services.
Did you all travel in the same vehicle, or did you meet there?
We all traveled in our own issued cruisers.
Was this a planned search or a planned excavation on February 3rd,
Yes, it was.
2022?
Yes, it was.
Who was there at the scene, 34 Fairview, with you?
It was Trooper DeChico, Mike Proctor, and Trooper Evan Brent.
And Trooper Evan, last name?
Brent.
Brent. Was Trooper Brent the photographer?
Yes.
What type of tools did you bring when you went to 34 Fairview?
We brought snow shovels, garden shovels. I brought a like an E-tool, military-style E-tool.
Was there still some snow on the ground?
There was, yes.
Did you and the members of the group begin to look for any evidence?
Yes, we did.
Were you looking on the street, or did you move to more on the grass?
Objection, Your Honor.
Ask it differently.
What area were you focused on at this point?
We were focused on the lawn portion of the property by in the vicinity of the flagpole, the fire hydrant, and along the edge of the asphalt.
Did you see a berm, an asphalt berm, separating the concrete street and the yard?
Yes.
Were you looking anywhere near the area of the berm?
We did, yes.
Were you looking anywhere on the street?
The street was plowed, but portions of the street still had remnants of snow, so we did check that area, but it was much easier to identify anything because it was clear of snow.
Where was most of your focus?
On the lawn.
As you worked your way through the lawn, did you or members of your team come across any items that you believe to be evidence?
Yes.
I'm going to ask you to produce some of that evidence to us. Beginning with 535, did you find a number of pieces of plastic?
Yes.
Could you produce 535?
Yes, sir.
Let me just ask you a couple questions before you open that. If somebody identified an object that they believed to be evidence, what was the process for handling it?
On this day, we identified an evidence. The process would have been documenting each item that was located with photographs. Then one of the members of the individuals present would bag each item into a paper bag.
When they were bagged, would the person bagging them use any type of protection like you're using?
Absolutely, every time.
After the items were bagged, was the bag sealed?
Eventually it was sealed, yes.
When you say eventually, what does that mean?
Once it was, all the items were inside and it was brought back to the office, it would be sealed, signed, completely filled out with all the pertinent information on the back.
Could you open that bag?
Yes, sir.
Before you take the pieces out, I'm asking you to look in. Do you recognize those pieces?
Yes, I do.
What do you recognize them to be?
I recognize them to be the items that we recovered from the lawn area on the left side of 34 Fairview Road on February 3rd, 2022, during the planned excavation of the property.
And were they photographed before they were put in that bag?
They were.
Your Honor, may I approach before Trooper Buchanan
Yes.
opens that bag or goes through it?
Did you show Mr. Jackson?
I'm sorry. Handing you a series of photographs. I've asked you to take a look at them, see if you recognize them.
I do recognize them.
And what is in those photographs?
The photographs depict items collected from the lawn at 34 Fairview on February 3rd, 2022.
Do those particular photographs correspond with the pieces of items that are in that bag?
They do.
I have moved this series of photographs and evidence.
Any
No
objection?
objection, Your Honor.
Okay. We'll mark them separately, please.
Six. Thank you very much. Those items, were they eventually sent for analysis to a Massachusetts State Police lab?
Yes, they were.
When the laboratory received those items, are you familiar whether they marked them with a label or a number for identification?
Objection, Your Honor.
I want to know about that.
Yes, they mark each item individually.
Do those items have markings on them reflected by an item number?
Yes, they are.
When you refer to a piece, will you refer to that item number that is on any individual piece?
Once it's labeled, it is identified by that individual piece, by that designated label.
So if there's any numbers written on any of those pieces, was that written by you?
No.
Would that have been written by somebody else after it was sent?
Yes, at the lab.
Okay. If we can begin, if you can begin to take the pieces out so we can show them to the jury. And does that have a number on it or a tag?
Yes, it does. This is item 22-02-184-7-8, also alphanumeric A.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you.
These two are taped together.
When you found them, were they taped together?
No. They're taped together by the lab. There's also a canister labeled debris collection. That number is 22-02-184-7-8.1. This is 7-8G. This is 7-8N, as in November. There are also items too small to label with a letter and number. Those were put into a bag like this. Almost looks like a stamp bag, wax stamp bag.
Are those all the items in that bag?
Altogether, there are, it does look like those are all the items. Some of them are inside the canister that I pulled up.
Understood. You know how to move those items into evidence, please?
Exhibit 95.
Sir, you mentioned that there was a trooper there photographing the evidence.
Yes, sir.
Did the photographer take a photograph of the items in place when they were found, or were the items moved to a different location before they were photographed?
That day, every item was photographed where it was found.
With the court's permission, I'd like to show a number of exhibits to the jury.
Okay.
And starting with Exhibit 89, which is P490-7690. Trooper, is that one of the items you found that morning?
Yes, it is.
Do you know where in relation to the fire hydrant or the flagpole this item was recovered?
It was in the general vicinity between the flagpole and the fire hydrant. The area we were excavating was approximately 40 to 50 square feet in area.
Mr. Brennan, can that be expanded, please, so that the jurors can see what we're looking at?
Thank you, Your Honor. Two, 7692. Before we close up, sir, is that the fire hydrant that is at the corner of 34 Fairview Road?
Yes, it is.
Could we close up, please, on that? Why is there a ruler on the ground?
The ruler is utilized to help put the item to scale by the photographer from Crime Scene Services. They utilize these measuring rulers for scale of the item that you're looking at. Sometimes it's hard to depict how large an item is if there's no reference point.
Could we do a little bit further view to show the fire hydrant? Thank you. Is that where this piece of evidence was found, in that exact location?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. I'd like next to show to the jury Exhibit 91, which is P5157721. Do you recognize that piece of evidence?
Yes, sir.
Could we zoom in, please? Is that the same piece of evidence that is depicted in Exhibit 89, P490, 7690, a different angle with the ruler?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. If we could have Exhibit 92, please, which is P493, 7694. Could you zoom in, please? Is that piece of evidence in the bag that you've provided as evidence, physical evidence?
Yes, sir.
Was this found near the area of the other pieces?
Yes, it was.
If we could show Exhibit 93, P507, 7711, please. Could you zoom in, please? How long did you spend that day looking, you and the team, for pieces of evidence?
It was probably 45 to an hour.
And finally, if I could show Exhibit 94, P503, 7707. And could you zoom in, please? And this piece of evidence, where in relation to the other pieces was this found?
In the same vicinity.
Thank you. If you could take that down, please. When you were searching, did you find any item near the street area?
Yes, we did.
What did you find?
A black plastic drinking straw.
Could you retrieve 536 for us, please? I'd move this piece of evidence into evidence.
No objection.
All right.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes, let's get it marked.
I'm sorry, Your Honor?
Let's wait till it's marked.
Exhibit 97.
Showing a photograph, do you recognize that, sir?
Yes, I did.
What's it a photograph of?
It's a photograph of the black drinking straw that we found at 34 Fairview on February 3rd, 2022.
What location did you find it in?
It was close to the paved berm on the street.
This is after the street was plowed.
Yes, it was.
I'd move this into evidence as an exhibit, please.
Okay.
No objection, Your Honor.
Exhibit 98.
Yes.
I'd ask you to open this and show it to the jury.
Yes, sir.
With the court's permission, I'd like to show Exhibit 98 to the jury,
Okay.
and that is P4887688. Sir, could you look at that photograph? And Ms. Gilman, could you close? Do you recognize what's in that photograph?
I do.
And what is that?
That is the photograph of the straw we picked up from the street in front of 34 Fairview Road.
Could we zoom out a little bit, please, Ms. Gilman? Is that the area where you or your team recovered that straw?
That is exactly where it was found and recovered from.
That photograph doesn't show much of the grass area. How far is that area from the fire hydrant?
It's probably, with my estimate, 15 feet, maybe 20 from the fire hydrant. It's
Lucid Dreams asks, is the last trial on YouTube? Yes, it is. You'll have to go to, I can tell you specifically and for sure that if you go to Law and Crime and you go to their playlists, it's there. But you're going to have to scroll way down because it's a single playlist that includes this trial as well. So you have to, there's like 200 and some odd videos.
Chief was wearing a black baseball hat the night prior to the incident. So with us recovering the clothing from the hospital and the hat was not part of that pile of clothing, we needed to see where the hat was. That could have been a lead. That could be a clue of where Mr. O'Keefe was last prior to being discovered.
Did you or the team ultimately find a hat that morning?
Yes.
Could I have you produce 537?
Yes, sir.
All right, move that item into evidence.
No objection.
So this is going to be 96.
Thank you.
Okay, so Lucid asks, how can they prove that's John's straw? I suppose they could have sent it for DNA testing, and potentially there would be his DNA from saliva on that. They could go to the waterfall and show that the waterfall exclusively uses black straws, because presumably that came from a glass from the waterfall that had Karen Reed's vodka tonic in it that Karen says John took with him as he got out of the car at the Alberts home. I mean, there's ways that they can prove it, but it doesn't prove that they have to prove that John O'Keefe was hit by Karen Reed's car, never went into the Alberts home, and that the injuries he sustained caused his death. That's what they have to prove here. So none, at this point, all they've proven is that John O'Keefe was at the Alberts home. And in some of their witness testimony, I believe it proves that he was actually in the home. And due to some of their own witness testimony, specifically the weatherman and Sarah Levinson, who the weatherman testified there was a very light dusting of snow at 1:30 a.m., which between 1:30 and 1:45, which is the time that Sarah Levinson, Julie Nagel, Matt McCabe, and Jen McCabe left the Albert home, went to their vehicle, and they all drove together to drop Sarah Levinson and Julie Nagel off. And Julie Nagel testified, or excuse me, Sarah Levinson testified that she didn't see John O'Keefe on the lawn of the Alberts home. So to me, that proves that he actually probably that this is not the truth. Let me keep going with the trial, and then I will we'll go over all the things at the lunch break.
Thank you.
With the court's permission, Trooper Buchanan, could you open that and show it to the jury?
Also, I'd like to briefly mention that it appears that the court took away the safety scissors and they're now using actual scissors.
Was that item photographed?
Yes, it was.
And when that was taken from the scene, was the same method used of using gloves and putting it in a bag?
Yes, it was.
When the item was photographed, was it photographed in the place that it was found?
Yes, it was.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. So I'm showing you a series of photographs. If you take a look at it, the first one, do you recognize that photograph?
I do.
What is it?
It's the accumulated snow that was being excavated at the scene where we located Mr. O'Keefe's hat.
And the second photo?
The second photo is a close-up of Mr. O'Keefe's hat, flattened and frozen to the ground with portions of it exposed from underneath the piled up snow.
Third photo?
Third photo is also of the hat once it's been removed, and you can see the thin blue line, American flag, on the front of the hat and the Nike swoosh on the brim.
And the fourth photo, please.
And the fourth photograph is also a close-up of the top of the hat with a scale ruler next to it with grass showing from underneath the hat.
I'm going to put these back in the order you identified them. Or I move these four photographs into evidence.
Okay. Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
Lucid asks, so where is
You want
his
them as
shoe?
four separate,
The
or
shoe was
maybe
already recovered, and there's testimony about that begins right after their morning break. but I have questions about the shoe.
A through 99D, so marked.
Thank you very much.
Thank you,
With the
MK.
court's permission, I'd like to show these photographs to the jury.
Excuse me, hold on a second. MK asks, where is the pics with the scale or ruler next to it? Where are also, well, let me just see what he puts up, because I feel like you need to have, like, you know, several series of pictures, so starting from a wide view, right? And then going in closer and closer and closer. That's how I would like to see it, but they don't ask me these things.
Yes.
And I apologize for coughing
Beginning
in
with
your ear.
99A, P526-7733, please. Could you close up just a little bit, please? Sir, can you describe what you see here?
Yes, that's the excavation track by one of the members at the scene. You could see the hat frozen flat to the bottom, or on the bottom of the snow, right on top of the grass. It was under approximately 1.5 feet of snow that had accumulated in the area.
Okay, next show 99B, P527-7735.
This is again the close-up of the frozen flat hat to the grass at 34 Fairview Road.
Next is 99C, P529-7739, please.
Once pulled out and flipped over, again, this is the same hat belonging to Mr. O'Keefe that was discovered frozen flat to the grass at the scene.
Thank you. You can take that down, please. Did you search the entire front lawn at that time?
No, we did not.
And we can see from those photographs, is there still snow in that yard?
Yes.
As you continued your investigation, did you continue to go back to Fairview over time?
Yes, based on the amount of snow still present and the fact that we were finding pieces of broken taillight and glass at the scene, and items that we did not expect to find, like a cocktail glass straw. I directed my members to go by the scene every day as the temperatures rose. Snow would expose more evidence on the lawn, and with the hopes of finding each and every item that was present.
On February 4th, the next day, 2022, did you receive a call?
Yes, I did.
Not what was said, but who was that call from?
I believe it was,
I don't want you to guess if you don't know. Was the person a member of any group?
yes,
From what group?
it was Canton Police.
As a
Oh,
result
Canton
of receiving
Police.
a call from the Canton Police, or someone from the Canton Police on February 4th, 2022, did you go anywhere?
I was already en route to 34 Fairview to conduct a directed check of the area.
When you say directed check, you drive by every day on your way to work?
I told my members on every day to work and home to make sure someone's checking the lawn to make sure that any evidence that exposes itself through the melting snow would be identified and collected.
As you were on your way there, you received a call from someone from the Canton Police.
Yes,
Did you arrive at 34 Fairview on February 4th, 2022?
I did.
When you got there, did you see any more items?
Yes, I did.
How many?
One item, a larger in size red taillight piece had revealed itself, and it was collected.
Could you produce 710, please?
Revealed itself. Are you sure that's the testimony that you want to give? It's an inanimate object and therefore cannot reveal itself. Do you mean that due to the melting snow it became revealed? Is that what you're trying to say? Jesus fuck.
Yes, sir.
Oh my God, Jen, I love that. I'm telling y'all, the universe be giving signs. Just like weed. Be letting you know. Evil lurks. Or good lurks. Currently, to answer you, Lucid, Trooper Proctor is on the defense witness list.
Is that 710, sir?
7-10, yes, sir.
I'd move that item into evidence, please.
No objection, Your Honor.
Would- With the court's permission, could Trooper Buchanan open the item and show it to the jury?
Yes.
Thank you. Did anybody photograph that item where it was found?
Yes, there was a photograph taken.
Did you take the photograph?
No, I did not.
How did you receive the photograph?
It was attached to the Canton Police reports that were provided. Canton Police documented that item in place.
Excuse me, sir. I don't want to interrupt this very important testimony, but I have a question. Would this be the same Canton Police that recused themselves from the investigation? Is that the same Canton Police Department to which you were referring, who at this point, according to your testimony, has now collected and documented evidence from an investigation that they recused themselves from? Do I have that correct?
May I approach?
Yes.
Showing you two photographs. The first page, you recognize that item?
Yes, I do.
What do you recognize that to be?
That was the item I collected on February 4th at 34 Fairview Road, which I was just showing to the jury.
And the second photograph?
The second photograph is a zoomed out general vicinity photograph of the same item from 34 Fairview Road, the lawn area, approximately 7 feet from the roadway.
I'd like to move these into evidence, A and B. Court's permission?
Any objection, Mr.
There's
Jackson?
no objection, Your Honor.
A different Canton Test Max says, ah, gotcha. Here's my thing, okay? They called Officer Buchanan. The Canton Police Department did. They called. So why not just let Officer Buchanan photograph and collect the item of evidence? Why is Canton doing that when they recused themselves from the investigation? That makes no sense.
Exhibit 101A and B.
With the court's permission, I'd like to show those photographs to the jury.
Yes.
P46, please. Is that a photograph of the item you just showed the jury, sir?
Yes, it is.
And where was it in relation to the other pieces that you had found on February 3rd?
It was further to the right. If you're looking at the property, if you have the fire hydrant on your left, it was further to the right, on the right bank of the snow that was melting on the lawn.
Is that on the lawn or on the pavement?
That's on the lawn.
And could we show the close-up, please, P47? Thank you. You could take it down, please. When you recovered those items, did you go through the same protocol of gloves and bags?
Absolutely.
Did you return to 34 Fairview on February 10th?
Yes, I did.
Was the snow in a different state than when you last left it on February 3rd?
Yes, it had receded significantly.
When you went back on February 10th, were you with anybody?
I believe I was with another trooper.
Do you know who that was?
I don't remember. I'd have to refresh my memory.
Was it Michael Proctor?
It might have been, yes.
Could you produce 7-11, please?
Yes, sir.
Just on a side note, really quick while he's shuffling around back there. Hold on, let me just pause this really quick. Lucid Dream says he thought others might want to use it in the future. LOL, I died watching that with Duty Ron and Ed. You know, I was in a chat a few days ago and Duty Ron was in that chat, and do you know that I couldn't see him? So I logged in on my other account and I could see him, which makes me sad to think that I might be blocked at Duty Ron's, and I don't even know how I would get blocked there. I've never actually chatted in his chat. Made me kind of sad. It must be a glitch. Hey, B. Frank, good to see you. Welcome in, welcome in, welcome in.
Does that bag contain some of the items you found on February 10th at Fairview Road?
Yes, it does.
I'd move that into evidence, please.
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay. Exhibit 102.
Can you describe generally the size of the items in that bag?
I feel like that too, Tess, because
Can I open it?
Please.
first of all, I've never chatted in his chat, so I don't know how I would get blocked. I love Duty Ron, second of all. And third of all, who in their right mind would block me? I'm an effing delight. Just kidding. I'm not always an effing delight, but I've never done anything. I usually don't show my non-effing delight side in other people's chats. I reserve that for my own panel where it's appropriate. Like I have home training. I know how to behave outside of the ward.
Generally speaking, there's 6 plastic pieces of clear and red and black items that are in size approximately to like a $50.
Without going through every one of them, can you just pull out one red and one clear to show the jury a representative sample of what's in the bag? In total, there's 6 items in that bag.
In total, there are 6 items in the bag.
When you retrieved those items, did you use the same protocol of gloves in a bag?
Yes.
Did you photograph these items when you took them?
Not on this day, no.
Why not?
We had been to the scene so many times. It was the same general vicinity, and we just made the decision not to have crime scene come out to photograph these six pieces.
Were they in any remarkably different position than the other pieces? Anything that stood out, or were they in the... Let me rephrase that. Where were they generally in relation to the other pieces that you had found?
They were all in the general area where the other pieces had been located. It was on the left side of the lawn, but near the flagpole, between the road and the home.
Was there another group of items that you found that day that you put in a separate bag?
Yes.
Could you provide us? May I approach? I'm not sure if I've marked this one for evidence.
Yes.
Or not. Thank you. Thank you. Could you produce 7-12, please?
Yes, sir.
I'd move this into evidence, please.
No objection.
Okay.
With the,
Exhibit 103.
with the court's permission, could Trooper Buchanan open the bag?
Yes.
In that bag, are there different types of items? The items you showed us before were appear to be plastic.
Yes, these items are packaged in wax paper. There's 14 pieces in total, and these items contain glass and plastic fragments, some of which are also within like a cylindrical tin container that you saw earlier.
Could you show us some of the glass pieces, please?
Yes, sir. I'm going to have to open the wax bag.
Please. Could you stand so the people in the back can see? Thank you. Were there a number of different items inside that are inside that bag that you found that day?
Yes, there are a number of glass pieces taped and labeled for identification at the lab and mechanically pieced together to form this one piece in my right hand, and this is one solid, thick piece of curved glass in my left hand.
And again, is this February 10, 2022?
Yes, it is.
The last evidence bag, you said that you did not photograph where they were found. Did you photograph where these pieces were found?
No, I did not. No.
Any different reason than the last bag?
No.
Do you have a memory of where these items were found in relation to the items in the last bag?
Yes, they were all in the general vicinity where all the other taillight pieces were located, as well as the baseball hat.
How much snow was on the ground at this point?
Most of the snow had melted. There might have been some areas that was still present because of the excavation that took place. So very little to no snow was present at this point in time.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Is that all the pieces that you have that you were part of finding or retrieving from 34 Fairview Road related to plastic or glass discovery?
Yes, sir.
Did you continue to work on this case?
Yes, I did.
At some point, did you receive video?
Once again, part of finding. Who? I feel like I'm going to be an owl here. Who actually found these pieces? That should be documented. But why isn't it?
From a number of different locations.
Yes.
Where were you part of retrieving or receiving video from?
I was part of retrieving and receiving video from C.F. McCarthy's, the waterfall. There was also video that was collected from other agencies and entities.
Did you seek a search warrant or video evidence from a company called Ring?
Yes.
For what location?
For the Meadows Ave location, Mr. John O'Keefe's residence.
Did you receive video from Ring, directly from Ring?
Ring sent over files with Ring video.
Was that by link, by a computer?
I'm not sure how it came in. It was via the internet.
Did you view all of the files that were produced by Ring?
At some point, I reviewed all the files, yes.
Was that pursuant to a subpoena?
I'm sorry?
Were the Ring videos produced pursuant to a subpoena?
Through the search warrant, yes. We requested it through the search warrant. That's the way that these providers, service providers, respond to court legal service.
Were you aware that some cruisers or the cruisers at the Canton Police Department had dash cam video?
Yes, I am aware of it.
Did you obtain and review video?
Yes, I did.
Have you seen other video from the Canton Police Department?
Yes, I did.
At some point, were you asked if you would consent to provide your DNA?
Yes, I was, yes.
Is that uncommon in investigations?
It's not common, but situations do arise where you're asked to do that. So it's not the first time that's happened, but it has happened before where a law enforcement individual officer has to provide DNA, and they consent.
Did you?
Yes, I did.
Did you review any other materials in this case? Did you review any reports?
I did review reports, yes.
Did you write reports in this case?
Yes, I did.
Now, I want to ask you about Michael Proctor. You had told us that you were working on this investigation with him.
Yes, I was.
Are you still working on this investigation with him?
No, I'm not.
How
You were
come?
Michael Proctor's supervisor?
Yes, I was.
When you work for the state police, do you have a personal phone and a phone that is provided to you by the state police?
Yes.
The state police phone, is that a work phone?
Yes, it is.
What type of information do you receive on that phone?
You can receive communications via email, text message, cell phone tower, voice communications.
Okay, and do officers communicate with each other at times on those work phones?
Yes, they do.
And during that time, did you have a work phone that you were using for communications?
Yes, I did.
At some point, did you receive or were you placed on an email chain that included Michael Proctor and others?
I believe it was a text chain.
I'm sorry, a text chain.
Yes.
Were you included on a text chain involving Michael Proctor and others?
Yes, I was.
Could you explain what a text chain is, or are you talking about a group text?
Did you receive a text or a text chain from Michael Proctor and other people?
Yes, I did.
And when you received a text, do you remember where you were when you received the text chain?
The specific one you're referring to, I was at the Logan Airport working a traffic detail.
When you received that text or text chain, did you respond?
I acknowledged the text. I did not respond through with verbiage.
And then during that text chain, did you?
Excuse me, Mr. Brennan, did you react to the text? Is that what you did? Like with the thumbs up, the haha, the heart, the exclamation points? Be more specific. I need specificity.
Look at the entire text chain?
No, the text message came through on my Apple Watch as I was controlling traffic. I glanced at it, took part of the information that came through, and acknowledged it with a thumbs up emoji, indicating that I read it.
Thank you. I
At some point,
appreciate
did
that
you
clarity.
learn everything that was on that text chain?
Yes.
And as a result of that text chain, was there an investigation?
There was.
And during that investigation, you were Michael Proctor's supervisor?
I was.
After the investigation was done, did the state police make any finding against you for that text chain?
Yes, there were 2 sustained findings as a result of that investigation.
Did you initiate that text chain?
No, I don't believe so.
You did react with a thumbs up?
I acknowledged the text message that he sent, or portion of the information that came through on my watch.
And the 2 sustained findings against you, were one of them for failure to adequately supervise?
Yes.
And the other, was it regarding a routine or regular review that it didn't consider that text chain?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll rephrase.
Okay.
That second sustained finding, was it regarding a review of the performance level of Mr. Proctor?
That's correct.
Sustained is to full.
Hey, Gene, welcome in. Good to see you.
Was there a second sustained finding?
Yes, there was.
Did it relate to the review process of a subordinate?
Objection.
Sustained is to full.
Okay. What was that second sustained finding about?
The accuracy of the review of the quarterly performance evaluation.
You said quarterly. How often would you write reviews for subordinates?
Every 90 days.
Was there any other sustained finding against you?
No.
Was
I just want to take a second really quickly that to let you guys know that Neat said if we get 35 likes, thumbs up, which we are at 32 now, 3 more thumbs up and she will gift a membership. That is all. Let's keep going.
Was there punishment in light of those 2 sustained findings against you?
There was.
And what was that punishment?
I lost 5 vacation days.
Do you presently work in the Homicide Division of the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office?
I do.
Are you currently a sergeant?
I am.
No, that was
Have you
Alan
ever
Jackson.
reviewed that entire...
Hold on, I'm going to rewind this. That was Alan Jackson objecting. Let me rewind this really quickly. All right, here we go.
Have you ever reviewed that entire chain that was at issue?
Only through the documents provided for me during the internal investigation.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Oh, hold on a second. Sissy's mom, Jen, says that she will match that gift. So we only need 1 more thumbs up, you guys, and both Sissy's mom and Neat Noodle will gift a membership. Thank you both. I appreciate that so much. They're not now chicken shite, you know. I did, you know, they're not allowed to mention the federal
Yes, yes, yes.
investigation.
So I'm going to ask you to take a look at that document.
Thank you,
And if you
Solo
turn the
Angel Mom.
page, does it begin to, one more page, please. Does it begin to reflect the email chain?
Yes, it does.
Do you remember this email chain?
I remember seeing it when I reviewed it. I don't remember the intricate details of these messages.
Do you remember that photograph?
I don't.
Okay, could you turn the page? Is there text?
Yes, there is.
Okay. Without citing the phone numbers, I'd like you to cite the author of the text, and I'd like you to read the text to the jury.
Do you want me to date it in time or no?
Sure.
August 17th, 2022, 9:44 p.m., 25 seconds. Funny, I am going through his retarded client's phone.
All right, I'm going to stop right here because I know that this needs to be said, and I feel that it's important to be said. Okay, I don't agree with that word being used. It's an insult. It's unnecessary. So this is a trigger warning. This is foul. What y'all are about to hear. Some of you may or may not remember it from the first trial. This did come out in the first trial, but it is. The next this set of messages that he's about to read from are foul AF, unprofessional AF. Here we go.
I'd like you to read all of them, please.
Next one, no nudes so far. I hate that man. I truly hate him.
Can you give the author for each comment? And can you start again because I want us to understand.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
The author, whoever makes the comment, I'd like to have the...
Thank you. Sissy's mom, Jen, gifted a membership, and Solo Angel Mom, you got it. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you for supporting me in the channel. You guys are the best. All right, let's keep going.
The name of the author.
I'm sorry, this document does not identify who the author is, sir.
Okay. And
Yes.
Yeah, snatch that back and see what you handed him, Brennan.
it identifies this as your phone,
That is, yes.
but each comment doesn't identify who sent it.
No, it does not. I assume it's an extraction from one device, but
I see. If you've made any of the comments yourself, would you tell us?
If I made those comments?
No, if you make any of them in here as you read them, will you point out if you...
Absolutely, absolutely, yes.
Please. Okay. And if you don't know who made the comment, could you just identify that for us as you read it so we know?
Okay, do you want me to continue the next page?
Why don't we start over because I
Okay.
should have been more clear in my direction. Could you begin again?
So in the beginning, it says, funny, I am going through his retarded client's phone.
Is that your comment?
No, it is not.
Okay, next.
It appears to be the same person because of the way that the extraction happens, and it says no nudes so far. Again, I believe it's the same person because all of these are identified as sent. It says, I hate that man. I truly hate him.
Do you have any belief that's Michael Proctor who is writing these?
Yes, I believe that is.
Next, please.
There is a blank page, and that's the end. Yes, sir.
Did you say you were suspended 5 days or lost 5 days vacation?
Lost 5 days of vacation.
Okay. And have you continued on your cases?
Yes, I have.
I want to go back to the evidence that you reviewed in this case.
Okay.
Did you get to look at the ring video for John O'Keefe's home at Meadows?
Yes, I did.
Did you review the video over a period of time of January 28th and January 29th?
I did.
What were you looking for?
We were looking for activity to get a timeline. During investigations, different sources provide you information that can develop into leads. It also helps verify witness statements. It helps verify information that's coming in. We always trust, but we always verify the information that we take in from individuals we do not know. So although it could be a cooperating witness, you still have to verify that their information is accurate. Not that they might be intentionally misleading you, but 3 people can watch the same event and observe it differently. So it's good to talk to individuals and pick up on different facts that they remember, giving you a whole picture of what took place.
Did you review ring video for January 28, 2022 and January 29, 2022?
I did.
With the court's permission, I'd like to show a number of segments of the video from January 28, 2022.
Okay, the one that's already in evidence?
It is, it's Exhibit 6.
Okay.
Thank you. When you reviewed the video from the ring that Ring provided for Mr. O'Keefe's home on Meadows for January 28, 2022, did you review it from the morning time at about 7:18:55 throughout the evening?
On the 28th?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. If I could have video 119. Thank you. After that video, did you have an opportunity to look at video at about 5:05 p.m.?
I'm sorry, there was a noise coming from a bag over here. I apologize.
Not a problem.
Can you repeat that question?
Sure. On January 28, 2022, did you have a chance to look at video from the ring at about 5:05 p.m.?
Yes.
Could I have video 145, please? Thank you, Ms. Gilman. Did you have, there's more video. Did you have a chance to look at video from a little later that evening, 7:36 p.m.?
Yes, I did.
Could we have video 149, please? Thank you. In your investigation, did you learn that the defendant's phone connected to Mr. O'Keefe's Wi-Fi at his house on January 29, 2022 at 12:36:39?
Yes.
Did you look for any ring video for that time, 12:36:39?
Yes.
Was there any ring video on the 2022?
Yes, I did.
Could we see video 153, please?
I also agree with Sissy reaching out to the Hardy Boys and Nancy
Thank you.
Drew.
Did you review that video?
And
from
I
five-
appreciate Neat Noodle taking the time to reach out to Blue's Clues, but could you make sure that when you reach out to Blue's Clues, Neat, that the handy dandy notebook is available? We need the handy dandy notebook. That is all. Thank you.
50758?
Yes.
Did you later review video of 54629?
Yes.
Could we play number 154, please?
We can go back and look. Give me just 1 second.
$12:36:39.
Yes.
We're replaying this for Kelly because she thinks there's vomit on the ground. So let's look and see.
Was there any ring video on the 2022?
Yes, I did.
Could we see video 153, please? Thank you. Did you review that video from 5:07:58?
Yes.
Did you later review video of 5:46:29?
Yes.
Could we play number 154, please? Could you stop that, please? Do you recognize what's in that video?
Yes, I do.
What is that?
That is, top left corner is Mr. John O'Keefe's vehicle. Middle left side of the screen is a black Lexus SUV registered to Karen Reed with the license plate based on that registration. And then on the right side, I believe that's Miss Carrie Roberts' vehicle.
Did you see the people enter the house?
Yes.
Did you look for further video after the people arrived at 5:46:29?
Yes.
Was there any video of those three people leaving?
No, there was not.
Kelly, when
Was
you
there
hold on,
later video at 7:05:16?
Kelly, when you say previous video, the video from before the snow.
a.m.?
There was, yes.
Ms. Gilman, can we see video 155, please? Thank you. Did you later see video at 8:23 a.m.?
Yes.
Could we have exhibit or video 159, please? Thank you. Did you later see video at 10:36:28?
Yes, I did.
Could we have video 161, please? Could you stop that, please? Do you know who's in that video?
I believe it's Mr. Paul O'Keefe and Mrs. O'Keefe.
Could you please play? Okay, thank you. Did you later look at video of 12:04?
Yes.
And could we please play the 1-minute segment of video 165? Could you stop that video? Do you know who that is?
I believe that's the defendant.
Continue, please. Could you stop that? Do you know who exited the car?
I believe that's Mr. Reed.
Okay, continue, please. Thank you. Did you continue to watch the video from the driveway
Yes.
during that time period?
Yes.
Did you see anybody else get out of that car that was in the back?
Yes.
And who? You stop, please. Do you notice anything about the right rear? Could you stop that video? Do you know?
Kelly, at lunch, I'll go back and rewind. I understand what you're asking for now.
Know who that is?
I believe that's the defendant.
Continue, please. Could you stop that? Do you know who exited the car?
I believe that's Mr. Reed.
Okay, continue, please. Thank you. Did you continue to watch the video from the driveway
Yes.
during that time period?
Yes.
Did you see anybody else get out of that car that was in the back?
Yes.
And who? You stop, please. Do you notice anything about the right rear taillight in that video?
Yes.
What do you notice? Notice that time period?
Yes.
Did you see anybody else get out of that car that was in the back?
Yes.
And who? You stop, please. Do you notice
that's
anything about the
frustrating.
right
Sorry,
rear
you guys.
taillight in that video?
Yes.
What do you notice?
It's showing white and is missing the red taillight cover lens.
Could you zoom back out for a second, please? Could you continue? And I'm going to ask you to stop in a second. Stop, please. Do you notice anything about that still of that video?
Yes, it's consistent with its appearance of missing that red taillight lens.
If you could play the vehicle leaving the driveway, please. Thank you. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Handing you a document, sir. Do you recognize what's in that?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
It's a still frame from the ring footage taken of the video we just watched of the Lexus SUV leaving, and the large red portion of the rear taillight is missing.
I'd like to move this into evidence.
Okay. Any objections to Jackson?
No, Your Honor.
If I may correct the record, the ring video exhibits are from 12A, not Exhibit 6.
Okay.
Other evidence of the damage to that taillight before you and Mr. Proctor even got to the Dighton address?
Yes.
Could I have Exhibit 10, please? Did you have a chance to view still photos from the wellness check that was conducted by the Canton Police Department and videos on the dash cam?
Yes, I did.
Did you review this photograph?
Yes, I did.
And could we show a close-up on Exhibit 11? Did you have a chance to view the dash cam from this footage at 8:26:31 a.m. relative to the damage to that right?
Sarah, you're not late, babe. The important thing is that you got here at all. That's all. That's what's important. I'm glad to see
You
you.
shared with us that, you can take that down, please. You shared with us that after this time, somewhere around 3:15, you went to Dighton,
Yes.
and you shared your observations when you got out of your truck and walked towards the car.
Yes.
Was there any difference between the damages that you've seen in the video, the photograph, and what you saw that morning?
The only difference is the amount of snow that's impacted on the vehicle. The damage is consistent. The large red lens is missing in every single piece of every single image that I saw.
Did you happen
You mentioned
to
that there was a
excuse me?
toe of-
Excuse me, Brennan. Did you happen to mention or notice that she hit John's car when she was backing out in that video? Because I noticed it. And it wasn't my job to do the investigation in this case. Just wanted to point that out. Now you got me all yelly. Hope you're happy. Here we go.
that car in Dighton that you were there for.
Yes.
Were you aware that video footage was provided to us from that tow?
I was made aware, yes.
I'd like to enter into evidence a video from alarm.com.
Okay,
No objection, Your Honor.
thank you.
105.
Thank you. Did you view the video that was provided to us relative to the right rear tail light?
From alarm.com?
Yes.
Yes.
Court's permission, I'd like to play that for the jury.
Okay.
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
This is video 1, Your Honor.
Okay.
Could you play video 2, please?
LGZ, we're going to get to that at lunch, babe. We're going to go over all the videos. Tess says, I didn't realize the shoes were in the wrong evidence bags and were not properly labeled. That's bad, I guess. That info was from Attorney Bedreau. Bedreau? Am I saying that right? Oh, thank you, Sissy's mom. I
Could you
appreciate
stop,
that.
please? Do you notice anything about the color of the right rear tail light?
Yes, it was white.
Could you continue, please? Thank you. You can put the lights on, please. Sir, did you have an opportunity to review video from C.F. McCarthy's on the evening of January 28th, 2022?
Yes, I did.
Did you have an opportunity to review videos from the Waterfall Bar on January 28th, 2002?
Yes, I did.
Did I say January 29th, 2022?
Yes.
Did you review all the entire relevant time periods?
Yes, I did.
So Tess says he's one of Turtle Boy's lawyers, also tried to represent Karen, but Bev said no. Thank you, babe. I appreciate that. Thank you for keeping us updated.
For consistency in statements that were already received through interviews, we were looking for description of clothing individuals were wearing at the bars, at those locations. We were looking for any evidence of aggressive behavior, any sort of information we could learn to help us with the investigation. We're also looking to see and document how much alcohol consumption was on the recordings.
When you went through the videos, did you happen to have an opportunity to copy and clip portions of relevant time frames regarding alcohol ingestion?
Yes.
Did you put all of those videos together in a sequence to show the course of the night, times when you could identify alcohol ingestion?
Yes, I did.
Did you put that into a video form?
Did they, Tess? Tess says also totally off topic, but they just elected a new pope. Oh, I'm going to have to go and look for that.
Sidebar for just a second, please. Jurors, feel free to stand.
Hold on, I'm going to pause this really quick. Tess says also totally off topic, but they just elected a new pope. Oh, I'm going to have to go and look at that footage. You know, I love when they do the smoke. It's one of my things. Hang on, let me just skip ahead a little bit since we have that. We're allowed, we can do that.
The CD, do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And what is it?
It is the PowerPoint presentation of the timeline from C.F. McCarthy's and Waterfall from January 28th, 2022.
I move this into evidence as an exhibit.
Mr. Jackson, is no objection?
There's no objection on that.
Exhibit 106.
Sir, I'm handing you 4 photographs. Do you recognize what they are?
Also, as an aside and completely off topic to the trial that we're watching, but on topic for the Pope. Speaking of conclaves, which is how they elect the Pope, there's a movie titled The Conclave on Peacock. So good. Please watch it. I recommend.
On the footage cam.
Are there 4 photographs?
There are.
Now I move these 4 photographs into evidence.
No objection on it.
Thank you. Is one exhibit again with the letters, please?
Sir, I'm showing you 4 more photographs. You take a look and recognize.
Yes, I do.
And what are they?
They're still shot photos of the waterfall surveillance footage from the night of 28th into the morning of 29th.
All right, move these 4 photographs into evidence.
No objection on it.
Allison asks, does anyone know if they're going to show the jury the autopsy or pictures of John in the hospital? I feel it's important for them to see his injuries and how they are inconsistent with the car accident. I would imagine that they would, Allison. They typically do. So, yeah.
Thank you. Your Honor, could I proceed with the PowerPoint presentation?
Yes.
Trooper, I may stop you with a couple points.
Yes, sir.
Could you explain to us what this is?
Yes, from left to right, it is chronological events that took place at C.F. McCarthy's. This is surveillance video from one of their cameras within the bar. It should be noted that the video is time-stamped 12 minutes behind actual time. So when it says 9:03, when it is 9:03, the frame will be timestamped 2051, which is 8:51. So That's the time discrepancy, which is consistent throughout the surveillance footage.
So the times that are displayed in those arrows, is that the accurate time?
The arrows are the accurate time, and the time stamped 12 minutes behind actual time.
In these videos, are you identifying drinks that were received and had been consumed by the defendant?
Yes, so the first video, as it is labeled, it's the defendant arriving. The next one will be the ordering of the drink and receiving the actual cocktail.
Okay, let's start with the first video at 9:03, please.
Just really quickly, I'd also like to point out, I'm going to rewind a couple seconds back so you guys can see that in this PowerPoint, they chose gradient graphics to make it fancy. Look at y'all out here using red Solo cups and whatnot, but gradient graphics. Fantastic. I love that for you. Let's keep going.
Start with the first video at 9:03, please. Can you stop it there? Do you recognize who's in that video?
Yes.
From left to right of people that you recognize and identify the clothing they might be wearing?
From left to right, it'll be Mr. John O'Keefe wearing the gray sweatshirt that was displayed earlier, and then the defendant, who he is trying to embrace with one arm there. I do not know who the other individuals are in the shot.
Okay, thank you. If you could continue, please. If we could proceed to 9:10. What did that show, sir?
It showed the defendant receiving her first tall vase, cylindrical style cocktail glass with a lime in it and a straw to go along with it.
9:27, please. And what was depicted in that video that you saw?
In that video, we see the defendant get handed her second cylindrical tall style cocktail glass while she finished the first one and then picked up the second one.
When you've made a relevant observation in the video, please interject and stop so you can point out for us what you've seen.
Absolutely, sir.
Okay. Next, please, 9:32.
Here the defendant is handed a shot.
Stop, please. Okay.
Right there.
I think we'll just have to play it, and you'll have to speak as you're watching it. It doesn't look like it can be stopped. Sorry, Ms. Gilman.
She's handed a shot by the bartender on the left side of the screen. She picks it up and puts it into her second cocktail glass, making it a third beverage of alcohol content that she's consuming.
Okay, so I don't completely remember the first trial, but relative to Neat Noodle's comment here, I need to pick up my car from the garage soon. Hope I can be back before cross. If the Commonwealth is not going to call Proctor, I would imagine that he's going to be on the stand on
So right
direct
there, we observed.
for quite some time, because it seems like what they're doing is getting him to testify to stuff that Michael Proctor testified to in the previous trial. So that's just my assumption.
Mr. O'Keefe retrieved his phone from his rear left jean pocket, and he put it back.
Actually, Tess, I'm thinking that cross isn't even going to be today. And if it is, it's going to be at the very end of today.
Now the defendant picks up her second cocktail glass with the added shot in it and consumes it.
Could we proceed to the next video, please? This is now 9:45 p.m.
Yes, sir. So the bartender hands over another cocktail glass and some beers. The shot goes into the empty one after it's poured into the new cocktail glass. So that's drink number 4.
I think Judge Bev will be
Mr.
generous
O'Keefe
and give him
putting his
6
cell phone in his
minutes.
back pocket again?
Yes.
Yeah, that I was just about to say this, Tess. Tess says, we still have no proof that he was hit by a car or that Karen was driving the aforementioned car. Right. I was about to just ask, what, if any, evidence will you be putting on at any point in time that John was hit by a vehicle and that Karen drove the vehicle? Jesus.
Here the defendant speaks with the bartender and gestures that she wants a shot.
Objection.
The objection is sustained.
Move to strike.
I'll strike that.
Mr. O'Keefe on his cell phone again?
Yes, he is. And he puts it in his back pocket.
I have to say, frankly, the hockey game is more compelling than this. To me, anyway. This means nothing.
The
This
defendant is showing Mr. O'Keefe the middle finger, and then puts beverages on the bar.
I mean, but she's also laughing and joking. You forgot that part.
Should I proceed, Your Honor?
Yes.
What is the drink count at that point?
At that point, it's 4 drinks.
Okay. Could we have the next?
Mr. O'Keefe brings over a couple of beverages.
If anybody's keeping count of things that are actually important, I want you to pay attention to Mr. O'Keefe's shoes. They definitely do match. Both soles are white. That's all I have.
A shot glass is picked up by one of the patrons, and the defendant retrieves it from him and places it back on the bar.
Side note, the hockey game that's being played on the television makes me want to go and look up Youngblood to see if it's streaming anywhere. It's an old 80s movie with Rob Lowe. It's about a, what's the word? Amateur. It's not amateur. It's,
The defendant is consuming
forget.
the
Hold on.
beverage in her hand, places it on the bar.
Thank you, Tess. Semi-pro. Thank you. I could not, like, my brain is just, I'm tired, you guys. I'm not even going to lie.
What time are we at now?
That was 10:34, so we're moving to 10:37.
What is the drink count at 10:34?
That is 5 drinks at that point.
Could we play 10:37, please?
The bartender makes 4 shots, top left corner. She's seen preparing the 4 shot glasses. 2 are on the bar top now. She retrieves 2 more.
1041, please.
Here, the 4 shot glasses are redistributed.
We're about 6.5 minutes behind, Tess. The point of this is because it's
Pours it into her drink.
to prove Karen was
She
drinking.
does not consume it from the shot glass.
Your Honor, no objection last time.
Okay, I'll strike that.
The next video, please.
Now, as Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant are getting ready to leave, the defendant is holding the drink in her left hand, continues to sip on it.
I mean, not for nothing, but the defendant is surrounded by a bunch of officers, law enforcement officers, and drinking with a bunch of law enforcement officers, and nobody stopped her from driving.
And the
So
two
there's
walked
that.
out of the bar without the beverage in their hand being deposited anywhere.
And they don't seem to be fighting or at odds. He's got his arm around her. He just patted her on the butt. They're leaving. They're smiling. Nothing to me says I'm pissed.
At 10:53, how many drinks have been served to the defendant at this point?
7.
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to sustain the objection.
Move to strike.
I'll strike that.
Next slide. And this
So
is
I'm going to actually see counsel inside.
Hold on. Judge Bev, what you doing, girl? Good for you. Calling it right today.
Who's on this?
Okay. So they are about to go to lunch after this. I am going to rewind to look at the videos from here. Okay, so Kelly had asked earlier, I believe she's talking about this right here, asking if that's vomit. To me, it doesn't look like vomit. It looks like leaves. But what do I know? Okay. The other thing I want to show you guys that Tess sent me. Well, let's get over to where the Pope got elected. I just want to show you guys this because it's just, I think it's cool. So let me share this tab. Let me make it big. All right, here we go.
Hello and welcome to the Associated Press live stream of the conclave, and we're bringing you the news that the AP has just confirmed that there is a new pope. We've just confirmed that white smoke has been coming out just in the last few minutes here of the chimney on top of the Sistine Chapel, where 133 cardinal electors have chosen the new leader of the Catholic Church and its 1.4 billion faithful. Just behind me, St. Peter's Square.
Okay, hold on a second. So there's that, which I always think is cool. And by the way, the bell's ringing reminds me of Metallica, for whom the bell tolls. Let me also show you guys what Tess sent me. Just give me one momentito, por favor. Let's see. I want to show you guys this, but So this is from the Defense Diaries on their Twitter post. I can't show it without showing you guys the stuff that's in my email, and even I just don't want to do that. So there's nothing in there that I am concerned about, but people email me, and sometimes they email me with their full government name, which I would never share. So because of that, I'm going to read what the Defense Diaries posted to their Twitter X. Karen Read trial update. The bungling of the shoes being entered into evidence by the Commonwealth is the gift that will keep on giving. It's a real-time demonstration of the incompetence of law enforcement in this case, live and in person for the jury to see. I imagine this is what Hank looked like when he got back from the DA's office during break. And I can't see the picture because of the screenshot. But all right, let me. And this one I'm going to save. Let me save this to show you guys. All right, and then I'll upload it really quickly. Here to show you guys that. And then I'll read it for you. It says, this is from Microdots. These two photos do not match, which means Karen Read is innocent and the Commonwealth has committed unthinkably heinous crimes. So let me see what it looks like to you. All right. So here we have the back of Karen's SUV and the damage, and they don't match. That's facts. That is facts. The end. I wouldn't, I'm not ready to say all the other part of it, but that's where I'm at now. All right. Then she sent me stuff about Proctor, but that's okay. So the Defense Diaries also Twitter X'd. In case you were curious about the treatment of a hostile witness, Proctor, in Massachusetts, here is Massachusetts rules of, I think it's civil prosecution rule 43B. And yes, this rule of civil procedure applies in criminal cases. So let me go back and read it to you. Hold on a second. A party may interrogate any unwilling or hostile witness by leading questions. A party may call an adverse party or an officer, director, or managing agent of a public or private corporation or of a partnership which is an adverse party, and interrogate him by leading questions and contradict and impeach him in all respects as if he has been called by the adverse party, except by hold on a second. Hold on. I guess except by evidence of bad character, and the witness thus called may be contradicted and impeached by or on behalf of the adverse party also, and may be cross-examined by the adverse party only upon the subject matter of his examination in chief. Any other witnesses may be cross-examined without regard to the scope of his testimony on direct, subject only to the trial judge's sound discretion. So if you guys were wondering how it's going to work out for the defense to call Proctor instead of the Commonwealth, that's how it works, which is good information. And I very much appreciate Tess sending me that. Also, I want to show this one more time because of the shoes. Now, here is the original side-by-side of John O'Keefe's shoes. On the left is a photograph that they displayed and entered into evidence during the proceedings. On the right is the officer from the Massachusetts State Police displaying the shoe. Okay. Now, Tess had mentioned in the chat earlier that there was some talk that the reason that the bottoms don't match is because the color was inverted. So your girl went to the Canva and I inverted the color. This is the results. I think if the color had been inverted in the shoe in the snow, it would have done exactly what it's doing currently. The white, because that's what color inverting means. It means to make it backwards. Okay. So I would say that the white Nike swoosh would be changed to black, and all of the other things that were black will be changed to white. That is what inverting means. So for me, I am not completely convinced that the shoes are the same, and I have a problem with that. So Tess also has another update that there's going to be no audio or video when the kids testify. I don't know what day that will be, though. Listen, normally I would say, man, but I agree with this and I support this. Those kids have been through enough. They don't need their testimony broadcast. I don't, for God and everybody. I just don't. And so there's that. It is odd. I don't know what's going on with the shoes. The fact that they were mislabeled, that's also problematic. The whole thing is problematic. But I am actually relieved to hear that there will be no audio or video when they testify, because I was thinking about that and actually worrying about that, how I was going to handle their testimony. I just think that they've been through enough. And so I'm glad that that's not going to happen. Okay. Now, for scheduling purposes, you guys, I'm tired. I was up very late last night and very early this morning. I'm tired and I'm old. And I'm old and tired. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to end the stream here now, and I will be back tonight to do potentially, because at this point, I actually feel like they haven't shown. I'm really failing to understand the thought process behind presenting the evidence in the way that they have. It seems like they're going chronologically in the order of that the events occurred somewhat, but not really. yet the main important thing that they need to prove in this case, in my opinion anyway, is that John O'Keefe was A, hit by a car, B, it was Karen Reed's car, C, Karen Reed was driving the car, D, he had died as a result of injuries sustained from being hit by a car. So we aren't even there yet. And we're like on week 3. It's crazy to me. At the end of week 3. So that's even crazier to me. But I really honestly think that this officer is going to be, or this detective is going to be on the stand the rest of the day on direct. I don't think that we're even going to get to cross until tomorrow, potentially. If we do get to cross examination today, that's what I'll recap tonight. I'm not going to recap a bunch of videos that mean absolutely nothing, in my opinion. They don't prove anything. Karen has already admitted that she was drinking. It is what it is. All right. Thank you guys all for being here. If you have not done so already, please do me a favor and give your girl a thumbs up. All right. You guys have a great rest of your afternoon, and I will see you later. All right. Bye.
Cause it's Friday, you ain't got no job, and you ain't got shit to do. Well, fuck you.
No malicious intent or effort was towards it.
No malicious.
Finish her!
Minutes later.
We all do a little mad sometimes.